We're in.
Shall we play a game?
How about global thermonuclear war?
Hey there, HackerFrogs. It's me, the Shy Hat, and we're doing HackerFrogs after school today. We're doing HackerFrogs rehacking. We're doing all sorts of stuff. So let's talk a little bit about what we're going to be doing today. And let me set up my topics. Okay, so as usual, we have a schedule that we're sticking to. We tend to do 4 topics each day in each one of our streams, and in the first one for the Friday stream, which is today. Today's August 8th, right? It's 8/8. That's some fun number patterns. Okay, so we're going to be doing Human Resource Machine, and we've been playing this game to learn a little bit about assembly programming, assembly language coding, and we're going to be spending about an hour doing that. After that, we're going to be doing some actual coding using some Python. So we've got the picoCTF labs. Each one of the levels in these labs have us receiving different data from the server, and then we manipulate the data in some way, and then we send it on back, and we get a flag, hopefully. So that's what we're going to be doing in the second hour today's stream. In the third hour today's stream, well, I figured that the stack buffer overflow stuff over at Hack the Box is not super responsive. The machines that we use over there, not very not very fun to use because they're very lacking in resources, shall we say. So we're going to be switching this up, and instead what we're going to do is we're going to do a unit on Android fundamentals. So this is something that I don't know too much about, so we can learn together about how the Android OS works. I hear it's very similar to Linux, but it's probably different in some ways. If you're interested in doing the same module along with us a little bit later today, this is the link you would follow. Oh wait, hold on, not the full link, just up until about here. And that's what we're going to be doing in the third hour of today's stream. In the fourth and fifth hour of today's stream, we're going to be going over to Pwn Till Dawn. So Pwn Till Dawn is another one of these cybersecurity education platforms where you can log into their network, and then you actually VPN into their network, and then you attack their machines. So if you're interested in taking a look at that platform, this is the link. And without further ado, we're going to start into our first topic for the day. So the first topic is going to be our game. That's going to be Human Resource Machine. Let me go ahead and connect the audio. Let's see. Okay, so you should be able to hear the music now, however faintly, and we're going to put about 60 minutes on the clock, and then we'll be going on to the next topic in about 60 minutes. Okay, hold on. I gotta have to adjust the volume. And then I need to adjust the time. Okay, so we got an hour to work on this. Hopefully we can complete some of the levels on this in this game. If you're interested in taking a look at the game, the link for the official link is over here. Most people out there in the community are probably going to get it on Steam, and I don't know if it's... The Steam summer sale should be over now, so unfortunately it's going to be full price right now. Mohammed Hassan, listen, nice to see you here. Let's see, Human Resource Machine. So this one, oh, it's... Is it on sale right now? Xmetric says, World of Goo, 2D Boy. Yeah, the same company does a bunch of different games. But let's see. Oh, it's half off. Huh. Yeah, so if you wanted to buy this game, you can get it for half price right now. That's less than $10 Canadian. It's probably going to be something different in your currency wherever you are in the world. But let's go ahead and start the game. Okay. So we finished off over here. We finished our. I managed to finish the level that we were working on last time, which was about the Fibonacci numbers. So let me just. So it took quite a while to figure out what we need to do to finish this this level over here. Create the Fibonacci sequence. Check to see if the number that we're supposed to target has been reached or not, and then let me just give a little demonstration on how this is done. So we create our Fibonacci sequence. This is Scratch style, yeah. So this is Scratch assembly language is what this is. All Time High says, "Love your vibe, Shy Hat." Thank you very much. Thank you very much, All Time High. We're here to learn. We're here to talk about interesting systems. We're here to talk about cybersecurity stuff. But we're basically making a Fibonacci sequence that that stops at the number over here, the target number. Anyways, after we're finished with this level, we'll move on to the next one. Xmetric says the long as heck way. I see. Well, I mean, let's speed it up. I don't claim to be a very efficient programmer. I claim to be a hacky programmer, which basically means it gets there, but it's not the most efficient way of doing it. 1001 Agency says, "Hello world, sorry I pasted the first code we should learn." Yeah. Okay, so the size challenge is 19 commands that do the program, but I did in 37. And the speed challenge is 156 steps to complete the challenge, but I did in 208. But if you wanted to code more efficiently than me, you're very welcome to go ahead and try. I am not a very efficient programmer. Xmetric says, "Too bad it can't take JS or Python as input." Well, I mean, I think part of the appeal to the game is that you can't use a higher level programming language to do this stuff. But yeah, I mean, it's probably a lot easier to do it with a language like Python. So okay, let's move on to the next challenge. So the next challenge is going to be 23, the littlest number. So what's going on with this challenge? To reduce our carbon footprint, management is requesting the smallest numbers only. This is a public relations exercise. The results are going straight to the landfill. Oh, okay. So what do we need to do here? So for each 0 terminated string in the inbox, send to the outbox only the smallest number that you've seen in that string. You will never be given an empty string. Reset and repeat for each string. What is a 0 terminated string? Go ask your boss on the previous floor. Okay, so the 0 terminated string is a sequence of numbers that ends whenever you reach the 0. So Xmetric says, "Oh, this looks fun. Simple AF leak code in a game style." Yeah, kind of. I guess part of the game is trying to wrap your head around the assembly language that they've given to you. And so we should probably write a lot of notes if we want to solve these problems. I think that's the easiest way to do it. If you're not making a lot of comments, then you're going to get lost in your code. Okay, so let's just call this the initialization. So I'll just call this init. to remind people to hit that like because we really forgot why we're immersed in your live. Oh, we're okay. So if you're watching live, if you're watching the recording later, you can hit the like button in the stream. You can hit the subscribe button on the channel. I would really appreciate that. Or if you're on Twitch, you can hit the follow button. It's nice and easy, and it makes sure that you see more of these videos and these live streams. Okay, so the initialization. So we need to get the stuff from the inbox over here. So we inbox, and then we have to do our check. So check if 0. So check 0. And I'll put the slash through the 0. So check if 0, jump if 0. So if it's a 0, then we need to jump up back to the beginning of the loop. So if 0, well, if it's 0, we jump back up to the beginning. And so how are we going to check if which number is the smallest number? Okay, so we inbox, we check if it's 0. If it's not, then we need to put it somewhere. Comparison. Yeah, I guess it would be like a subtraction, like subtract one number from the other to figure out which one is 0. I mean, sorry, to figure out which one is the smallest number. But the thing is that these strings are of variable length. Oh, you know what? We could keep a running total for the smallest number. So we could do current number, so C number. And then we could do another one called smallest number. So mod math problem. Mod math is probably easier. I mean, can we do mod math? Okay. So SM number. This will be the smallest number. Okay, so inbox, check if it's 0. If it's 0, then we jump all the way up back to the beginning. Actually, wait. We have to. So if it's a 0, then we need to grab the smallest number and then put it in the outbox. So if 0, then copy from smallest number and then outbox it. Well, I mean, I'm not a super Cody kind of person, but yeah, I mean, is that C code or is that mathematical notation you're doing there, Xmetric? Zen asks, what is this game? So this is Human Resource Machine. Right over there. So C number, current number, SM number, smallest number. Okay, so grab the number, check if it's 0. If it's 0, then we put it over to here. But otherwise, I guess we need to make another loop as well, where we cycle through. And before we cycle through, we need to copy 2. Whoops. Hold on. Okay, so if 0, then we go somewhere else, but otherwise we do this. So we copy 2, the current number, and then we subtract the smallest number. So the smallest number has to start as a number as well. Zen asks, is this on Steam? Yeah, it's on Steam right now, and it's actually I think it's 50% off right now. So if you want to pick it up, it's pretty cheap right now. 1001 Agency says, I finally decided after watching many videos from your channel, so learning Python and C and some assembly for tasks that need speed, and maybe I will add Rust to that list. Awesome, 1001 Agency. Nice to hear about that. Okay, so copy to the current number, and then subtract the smallest number, but we don't have anything in the smallest number. I guess in the initialization, we need to copy the current number to the smallest number. So in the initialization, okay, but this only has to happen once. So how do we do this? Thanks to you in 80% of it. Oh, nice, nice, nice. Yeah. Okay, so the current number, the smallest number. I guess we need to make a loop somewhere else as well. Check if it's 0, and then we jump to another. So there need to be 2 things that we need to keep track of. It's going to be the current number and the smallest number. So inbox, and then copy to the smallest number, and then copy to the current number. I don't know if this works. So initially, so the first number is never going to be 0, because they told us here that you will never be given an empty string. So the first number will never be 0. So the 0 check, I mean, it has to happen, but we can make the initialization process separate from the loop. Zen says, do you think cybersecurity field is highly competitive right now? From what I hear, there are fewer job roles right now, but I think the job role, there should be more job roles coming up later. But for right now, I hear that it's kind of hard to get a job. 1001GC says, is it possible to pre-link the hacking challenges? So if we're not signed up, we could do that and follow along with your path. Are you talking about the streams that we're doing every day? Yeah. I think I'll be doing that. I'll be doing that going forward. I think. It's just that it's not really something I post up on the Reddit, but I think that there'll be something I post up on the Discord. The Discord should be coming after next week or so. This stream, actually. Okay, so which hacking challenge are you interested in taking a look at? Because this is the challenge we're going to be doing later for Python. And let's see. This is what we're going to be learning a little bit later on Brian's. Hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we're just trying to figure it out. Okay, so the first thing you do is copy the smallest number and then copy the current number. So this is initialization, and then the loop should be here. So loop. I guess this is the main loop. Which means that the big loop should happen over here. Brian says, still on the Fibonacci number? No, we finished the Fibonacci number 1. We're now doing smallest number in the string. So we get a sequence of numbers that is 0 terminated, and we're trying to figure out we're only supposed to output the smallest number in the string, or in the list of numbers, I guess. Okay, so let's see. Zen says, I'm considering between computer science and cybersecurity. I'm not too sure which one is worth pursuing. Zen, so I mean, try them both out and figure out which one makes you gives you more satisfaction. I mean, which one you like better, rather, and do it that way. If you can easily switch between development and cybersecurity, because knowing development helps you be a better cybersecurity person, and well, knowing about security actually helps you do better development as well. So it's not too hard to switch from one to the other, I think. Okay, so inside the loop, we do check if 0. So check if it's 0. If it's 0, then we will get the smallest number and put it in the outbox. But otherwise, we're going to do the following. So it should be subtract. Subtract the current number from the smallest number. And then we need to figure out if it's negative. So if it's negative, then the current number is the smallest number. So if it's negative, then copy from the current number, and the current number becomes the new smallest number. Okay. Z Detrimental says, then jump if negative. Yeah, that's what we're doing. So 1001 Agency says that both fields are important and are complementary to each other. Yeah, for sure. But check out some of the cybersecurity stuff first and see if, well, check out all the stuff, and then make a judgment as to which one feels better to you. Okay, and then inbox. And then inbox, and then jump. And we're going back up to here. Inbox. I guess we inbox and then we copy to the current number. Anyways, there's so many loops going on here. Jeez. Okay, let's see. So what happens if it's not negative? So if it's not negative, then if it's not negative, then we jump, then we just start the thing over again. If it's not negative, then jump to somewhere else, say over I don't know. We can put it over here. We can give it a label. Not smallest number. Okay, so if it's not the smallest number, then we need to grab from the inbox. And then copy it to the current number. Okay, and then everything has to come back to this check zero, because we need to check if it's the zero terminated string or the zero terminator. And then jump again. Back up to check zero. So this section here, jump if negative, we'll give this a label as well. If smallest number. I don't know if I don't know if these are the best labels, but you know what? We're gonna start playing around with this game, playing around with this with the programming here. Okay, Uh-oh. There's a problem. Okay, so initially we inbox, and let's see, 1001 agency is VS Code Insider's stable most of the time. I mean, I don't use IDE, so I'm not too sure about that. I'm sure somebody else in chat has a better opinion about VS Code. So if you know about VS Code, you could give your opinion about it and help out 1001 agency. Okay, so inbox, copy to, and then here's the loop. Loop check if 0. So if it's 0, then we finish. If it's not 0, then we need to jump somewhere else. So actually, if it's not 0, subtract this. Okay, let's try this out. It's actually kind of hard to follow the code if you're just watching, but all right, we copy it to, we subtract. Okay, that's not the smallest number. Subtract. This is the smallest number. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. So, okay. So, we need to do something else to the check 0 part of this. So if it's 0, it'll jump down to here. It will copy from the smallest number and then put it in the outbox. All right, let's see if it works. Okay, so here we need to figure out what the smallest number is. 14. 14 minus 9 is not negative. 1. That is the smallest number. And then we get the 0. Hold on. I just want to get to the part where the 0 terminator comes up, and then we can figure out if that's working. 2 minus 5, that is the smallest number. Copy from current number, and then copy to the smallest number. Grab the next thing. Copy to the current number. Okay, this is right. And then jump. Oh, we're not jumping to the right place. Okay, Zen says, do you know that ChatGPT just got upgraded to ChatGPT 5? I mean, I don't keep track of too much AI stuff. I use the AI stuff, but I don't keep track of a lot of the innovations to the AI space. But yeah, thank you very much for the information. ChatGPT 5. I generally just use the free versions of whatever AIs are out there. 1001 Agency got upgraded and got hacked too. Maybe. I mean, everybody's trying to do prompt engineering on all of those AI models. Okay, so check 0. If it's 0, then it jumps down. We would have to if smallest number. Okay, let's do it again. So everything up until here works. We are getting the smallest numbers in each one of these loops. Oh no. We have to go through step by step. Okay, so this should be the next, become the next smallest number, the number 1. Copy to, and then get the next thing. Copy it to the current number. Good. Brian says they're just limiting access to non-paid users. I checked it out and you have less time usage and less image processing. Well, I mean, each time they upgrade their model, they also upgrade the model that is available for the free user, right? I mean, that would make sense. So this is a 0. We jump over here, check 0. If it's 0, then copy from the smallest number and then put it in the outbox. Okay, and then where does it jump? It jumps up to the back of the loop. Oh, you know what? This isn't going to work. This has to jump up to somewhere else. Okay, so over here, the very last part, we need to outbox it and then inbox again. We have to outbox, we need to inbox, and then we need to copy to the current number. Okay, so I think this should finish the level. So we'll let it play. Okay, we got our numbers. We're doing the subtraction to compare the numbers. So if we do our comparison and it doesn't come back negative, then we'll keep the current smallest number, otherwise we'll replace the smallest number. If it's a 0, then we'll grab the smallest number, and then we'll grab the next number and start the loop again. Okay, so 19 is a pretty big number. This results in the number... Uh-oh. Is this working? I can't even tell if it's working or not. Okay, 90 is a big number. Oh, you know what? Yeah, there's one thing that we're not doing here. So the one thing that we're not doing is we're not resetting the numbers after we output. Okay, so outbox, and then copy to current number and smallest number again. Yeah, okay. So the last thing after we complete a cycle is we need to copy to current number and then copy to smallest number. Okay, okay. It should work now. 3, 3. Okay, so this is the smallest number, and then we get 10. 10 is not smaller than 3, and then we get 1. 1 is smaller than 3, and then we get the 0 terminator. So we grab the smallest number and put it in the outbox. We need to replace the smallest number. Okay, so now 10 is the smallest number, and next 7 is going to be the smallest number. And then 2 is going to become the new smallest number. Okay, and then we grab the 0, which means that we need to grab the smallest number and put it in the outbox. Okay, then we grab the next number and we replace the other two values. 34 is going to be smaller than 63, so that is the new smallest number. And then we got the number 3, which will become the new smallest number. And these are not going to replace the smallest number. We grab the smallest number, we outbox it, and we're done. Okay, so Use 13 or fewer commands. We're using 21 commands. This is not super efficient, but we got the job done. Okay, so let's move on to the next level. So the next level should be mod module. So I guess we're talking about modulo. So how are we going to be doing modulo inside of assembly language? How many of hours of work can you fit into one day? That's a good question. Not enough. There's always a sad remainder of unworked hours. Good thing we have these optional night shifts to cram in more. So for each 2 things in the inbox, outbox the remainder that would result if you had divided the first by the second. Don't worry, you don't actually have to divide. And don't worry about negative numbers for now. Okay, so how do we simulate this? So we need to modulo the first number by the second number. So inbox, and I guess we would call this first number and second number. So just first. And the other one is going to be second. Okay, so 1100C says Gemini, depending on low level, according to low level channel, is the one. The one that I mean, I jump to type without thinking sometimes. It gets fixed. Gemini, so you're talking about Gemini getting hacked? Or some... You're talking about Gemini getting hacked, right? 1100C? Okay, the first number, the second number. So I guess the... We can also call this the... How do we do division? How do we do division with only addition and subtraction? Okay, so we can still have the first number and the second number. I just need to figure out how to do this division. Okay, so inbox and then copy to first, and then inbox and then copy to second. And then we need to... The remainder that would result if you divided the first by the second. So, for example, if we've got 9, and then we got 4. Okay. So say we've got the 9, and then we got the 4. So how do we figure out the modulus? So the modulus of 9 divided by 4 is... That's going to be... That's going to be 3, isn't it? So the modulus should be 3, but how do we... What operation do we do to get 3? So is it 4 minus... Is it 4 minus 9? Four minus 9 would be -5, so it's not going to be that. 9 minus 4 is going to be 5, so that's not it either. So I mean, I'm not really sure how we would get the modulus. Okay, so maybe we can look up something tangential. So for example, we would look up something like find modulus between two numbers using only addition and subtraction. Because that's all we can do with this system, because the system only has add and subtract, and we got bump the numbers up by 1 and down by 1, and we've got jump if 0 or if negative. but we don't have anything else. So, for example, if the people in chat know a trick to getting the modulus, or the modulo rather, let us know. Write a modulo function using only addition and subtraction. Okay, let's take a look at the Stack Overflow. How can I write a function to calculate modulo using only addition and subtraction? Okay, so what do we got here? So the simplest way to calculate x modulo y using only addition and subtraction is just to repeatedly subtract y until the remaining value is less than y. So it's a loop. So it's a subtraction loop. Okay, well, I mean, I guess I should have thought of that. Alright, so I guess the loop would happen here. So subtraction loop. Okay, so the subtraction loop happens here. We subtract the second number from the first number. I guess we also need to keep track of... Do we need to use extra variables? Maybe we don't need to use extra variables. Okay, so the subtraction loop is copy from the first number, and then the subtraction loop happens here. So the subtraction loop is subtract the second number, and then we'll exit the loop if the result is negative. So if negative, we jump over here to the exit part of the function. So exit. So the exit part of the function is to make the number not negative. Make the number not negative. How do we do that? Okay, and it says don't worry about negative numbers for now. So if we don't need to worry about negative numbers, we can just give it the negative numbers, right? Which means we would be able to just outbox. Just outbox and then go up back to the top of the loop. Okay. So what happens if it's not negative? If it's not negative, then we repeat the process again and again. So if it's negative, then jump over here. But if it's not negative, then we just keep on subtracting the second number until it is negative. Okay, let's give it a go. So their two numbers are 7 and 4. Okay, we subtract it. What happened here? Hold on, let's step back. So subtract 2. So here we've got 7 and 4. So subtract. So what happens here? The remainder should be 3, right? So we got 7 here for the first number. We grabbed this, we subtracted it, so it's now 3. And then we subtract it again. Now it's -1. But it should be -3. Is there something I'm missing here? So 7 subtract 4 and then 8. Management expected 3, but you outboxed -1. So 7... Hold on, let's go back up to the top. So for each 2 things in the outbox, inbox and outbox, for each 2 things in the inbox, outbox the remainder that would result if you had divided the first by the second. Okay. So I think it expects 3 instead of -3. Yeah. So Boskans, you... Yeah, I think that's totally right. Alright, so we got the first number, we got the second number. We need to get the modulo. Expected 1, but you outboxed -2. So if we do this subtraction method, so 7 modulo 3. 7 modulo 3 is going to be... Oh! Wait, are we supposed to keep track of a counter? No. No. So 7 modulo 3, it's going to keep on subtracting 3, right? Until the third subtraction of 3, which is 9. So that should be 2. It expects... Wait, what does it expect again? Management expected 1. So that's... Seven modulo 3. Three minus 3 minus 3. Okay, so I mean, if that's the case, then what we need to do is we need to keep track of the current number. Stop and reset. Okay. So this is what we do. So we got the first number, we got the second number, and I guess we also have to keep track of the current number. Well, not the current number, rather, but the, I guess we could call this the current number. We could. So the current number is going to be copied to each time we do a subtraction, or before we do the subtraction. Okay, so in the subtraction loop, let's see. Before we do the subtraction loop, we have to copy to the current number as well. So the second number... Okay. So copy to the second number, copy to the current number. It just has to be something. Boscan says, what is this game called? It's very interesting. So this is Human Resource Machine. And I think it's, if you want to buy it on Steam, it's currently 50% off, so it should be pretty cheap. Okay, so for each thing in the loop, we're gonna subtract the second number. And before we check if it's negative, we need to copy to the current number. So copy to current number, subtract the second number. If it's negative, then we need to grab copy from the current number, and then put that in the outbox. Adonis Tarcio, is this from THM or what? No, this is not. This is not Try Hack Me. So this is a game. It's a game on Steam. It's called Human Resource Machine. Okay. Boscan says, I'm enjoying a lot of your lives. Keep up the good work. Have a great day. You all in chat. Boscans, thank you very much. I thought you were talking about the next box. No. We're not doing a box right now. This is the first part of the stream. We usually do boxes later on in the stream, maybe in the second hour or the third hour. But yeah, so Boscans, let's give you a keyboard cat to send you out. Okay, so if it's not negative, then the new number from the subtraction is going to become the new current number. So we're going to copy it to the current number, and then we're going to jump back, and then we're going to do the subtraction again. Let's see if this works. So we got 8, we got 4. So it should be... So the result that we send should be 0. Okay. Okay, so that worked. We grab the next number. So that's 9 modulo 4. So 9 modulo 4 should be 1. Pretty cool for brain training. I mean, I'm trying to figure out how to best improve my my problem solving skills. So I figured doing some puzzle games and doing some programming games, it'll help me become better at this. 1001 Agency says, which could survive a nuclear war? SSDs or HDs? I'm hands up with HDDs. So I think it's probably going to be hard disk drives, but okay, so I'm using 14 commands, 69. Okay, well, I mean, this worked. It's probably not the most efficient code, but it's fine. It's fine. Okay, so the next one is cumulative countdown. All right, let's take a look at this next level. But probably hard disk drives are going to be better with the nuclear war. I don't have high hopes that either of those two mediums are going to survive if they get irradiated, but probably hard disk drives because they seem to be a little bit more durable. What's the purpose of this assignment? I think it's something about calculating the volume beneath staircases. We have to put the intern somewhere. So for each thing in the inbox, outbox the sum of itself plus all the numbers down to 0. So for example, if the inbox is 3, the outbox should be 6, because 3 plus 2 plus 1 equals 6. Oh, okay. So, alright, so we need to initialize. And so to initialize, we just grab the thing from the inbox, and we need to copy to a couple of different locations. So we'll have a current number, and we'll also have a counter. So maybe just we'll just call it count. Depending on the Fallout game, hard disk drives are still working fine, but they're so noisy. Well, I mean, they certainly are noisy. I've got a couple of them here. Sometimes they're very noisy. Okay, so initialize, grab from the inbox, and then we copy to the current number, and then we can't copy to the count. Okay, and then so we got the current number, we got the count. We need to do something So the inbox is 3, the outbox should be 6. So if the count is 0, alright, let's put in a section here. So that's, this is the exit. The exit for the loop. Okay, so we'll exit if the count is 0. And we will outbox... We'll outbox the current number, I guess. And it should be whatever's in our hands. But I guess we could figure that out as we go. Okay, so grab a number. Tori, hello, nice to see you here. Welcome to the stream. Okay, so the loop, we need to do a loop. So the loop is going to be here. The addition loop? I guess we can just call this the loop. It's the main loop. Zen says, I personally like STDs for their speed and quiet operation. I mean, yeah, I mean, STDs and HDDs each have their purpose. Not, you know, neither one is going to fulfill both roles. If you want long-term storage, you're probably better off using hard disk drives because they're a lot cheaper. But solid-state drives, if you're going to be running programs from them, it's definitely something you want to use instead, and especially for your operating system. Okay, we got ads going on Twitch, so we'll run on YouTube, and we'll put on some birds. Okay, everybody, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away, and let's talk about... I think the people should be finished with their ads. So 1001UC asks, what's the best home server you recommend that we can buy and we can use it anywhere by connecting to the router? What's the best home server? I mean, I'm not too much of a hardware person, so I don't think I'm qualified to talk about what kind of equipment you should buy. But home servers, all you need is a very basic machine with a lot of hard drive space. But aside from that, I don't think I can recommend anything else. Adonis says, I like your content. Okay, I'm looking at doing some cybersecurity streaming as well. So some picoCTF, hack the box, easy stuff. Yeah, I think the community benefits a lot from it. Thank you very much. So, I mean, if you want to stream on Twitch, or if you want to stream on YouTube and you want to do cybersecurity content, make sure to become part of the InfoSec streamers community. Let me point that out. So infosecstreams.com. So you can see all the people who are streaming cybersecurity stuff on Twitch and on YouTube. You deserve it. Thank you for your honesty. 1001 agency. Well, I mean, I can't answer questions that I don't know, that I don't have enough information about, and I certainly don't want to make up information because, you know, that's no good. Tori asks, "What are we doing today?" So we're going to be wrapping up our game in just a little bit, and then afterwards we're going to be doing some Python coding. So we're going to be using Python to solve some coding challenges, and then after that we're going to be learning about Android OS. And then after that, we're going to be doing some Windows hacking. But yeah, Adonis, check out InfoSec streams. If you stream, definitely apply to become part of the list. And then yeah, maybe people can discover your channel that way. Okay, so what do we got? So for each time we go into the loop, we need to do something. We need to add. Well, no. We need to subtract from the current number the count. No, is it subtract or is it add? We need to add, yeah. Okay. So we're not subtracting, we're adding. So we're gonna add. We're gonna add the count. Actually, before we add the count, we need to bump down the count. So bump the count down. Bump the count down and then add the count. And then we need to copy to the current number. And then we need to copy from the count. And if the count is 0, then we exit. If the count is 0, then we exit. We need to grab from, copy from the current number, and then outbox. But otherwise, we're going to repeat the process over and over again. Otherwise, we're going to jump back up to the beginning of the loop. Okay, let's try this. Alright, so grab a number. We're going to copy this. Uh-oh. Something wrong happened. Okay, so we, let's see, bump the count down, add the count to the number, copy to the current number, copy to the current number, and then copy from count, check if it's 0. If it's not, then we're going to jump up, and then we're going to bump down the count. Add the count. Okay, I guess we need to copy from the current number as well. So here, copy from the current number. Okay, we're missing a step. Alright, so add the number. Uh-oh. What is going wrong? Okay. So we need to make sure that these numbers are going up. Okay, so this is fine, the initialization's fine. Copy from the current number, bump down the count. So count goes to 3. And then, oh, when you bump down the count, you automatically copy the count to your hand. Okay. This is where it goes wrong. Larvine, by the way, says it's an algorithm game. Yeah. So this is Human Resource Machine. Human Resource Machine. It's a fun little assembly language coding game, basically. So when you bump down the count, you put it in your hand. So, okay. So when we bump down the count, we want to make sure we overwrite it first, and then this should work. Okay, so populate these two. Now this number is becoming bigger. Uh-oh. Oh. It wants each one of those items. Wait. So if the inbox is 3, the outbox should be 6, because 3 plus 2 plus 1. Okay. Wait. I forgot to do a big loop that goes back up to the top. Okay, never mind. Anyways, we've run out of time for this topic, so we'll come back to this challenge next time. So probably next week, and let's go ahead and finish up the topic. So now the topic is Python coding. Okay, great. All right, let's go ahead and exit from the game. We'll come back to the game next week, and now that we're not using game music, we can play our own music. Let's play some cyberpunky music. All right, so as usual, if you think the best human source machines are Tarsians. Tartarians? I'm not too sure what that is. Let us know what that is, thank you. 1001 agency. Okay, let's go ahead and talk about the next challenge we're doing. So the next challenge we're going to be doing today is we're going to be doing some Python programming over at hackmyvm.eu. So this is the link for the challenge. And in each one of these challenges, we're going to be receiving some data from the server, and then based on what we receive on the server, we need to do some, oh, that's kind of loud. We're going to be giving different output to the server. An old state named Tartaria. They deleted it from our new maps. I have no idea about that, but thank you very much for letting me know. Okay, so let's see. Before we start, let me go ahead and get the code from the previous level that we're doing. So for each one of these levels, we need to write a little Python script. It doesn't need to be Python. It could be any programming language. It's a pretty... The labs over here are a pretty good way to test your programming skills. And so if you want to take a look at the solutions we've done for the various levels, you can find them over here at the GitHub. So the previous level that we finished is level number 23. What I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the code from this level, and I'm going to be modifying it to create the solution for the new level. So another thing I'm going to be doing is I'm going to be creating a little environment where we can do our coding. It's not going to be fancy at all. It's just going to be two terminals here. And one terminal we're going to be using to run the script inside of Python, and the other window that we're going to be using to write the code. So, just a second. Okay, so we're just going to create a file called level 24 because this is the current level we're doing. 1000 Agency asks, do you post on Instagram and Telegram? I don't have Instagram or Telegram. I should probably be creating accounts over there, but I haven't gotten around to it. So we're just going to use the good old nano text editor here to edit our code. And before we start, I need to do a little introduction to this challenge here. Okay, everybody, this is a guided walkthrough for level number 24 from the Temperance CTF labs over at hackmyvm.eu. So in each one of these levels, what we need to do is we need to read the description for the level to figure out what we need to do inside the level. So the mission says, in this mission you will receive a URL that you must visit, and you must return the string found on the web. Return the string found on the web. So, for example, we've got a URL here that we need to access, and then you need to return the string. So, if we visit this web page, the only contents of the web page is this number over here. So what we need to do is we need to grab this number and we need to return the number to the server to get the flag. Okay, so Critic, nice to see you here. Welcome. Hi guys, says Critic. Hi, Critic. Nice to see you here. Let's give you a Hack the Planet. Welcome to the stream.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
1001 Agency says, hackers love Telegram, actually. Yeah, I hear that they do a lot of communication over Telegram. Larvine, by the way, asks, what is your GitHub? So the GitHub is over here. Let me grab the link. Here you go. So it's just GitHub/theshyhat/HackerFrogs. Okay, so how are we going to do this? Let's go ahead and go back to our code over here. And what we're doing right now is we're editing a previous script to solve the current level. Because, well, programmers like to recycle their code, because if you're not recycling your code, you're writing it from scratch, which takes a really long time. And programmers and hackers like to be economical with their time. Anyways, so we're just going to get rid of the other libraries that we imported over here because we don't need them. We do need the socket library because we're going to be using the socket library to communicate over arbitrary ports, and we're also going to import another module. It's going to be called requests, because the request module in Python lets you communicate with web servers. And we're going to be using this. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is we need to receive some information from the socket. So with the socket module, we create a socket object over here. So with socket.socket, socket.afnet, socket.sockstream as S, we create an object called S, which is a socket object, and then we do s.connect to connect to the server on the host and the port, which are these over here. So temperance.hackmyvm.eu, port 9988, and then we receive the first message from the server over here. We connect to the server using s.receive, and we receive 1024 bytes. I think that's a kilobyte. And then we print off whatever we receive from the server. The next thing we need to do is we need to select the level that we want to access from the server, which is level number 24. And then we receive the first actual message from the server that tells us about the challenge. So from here, we're going to be commenting out all the rest of the code. Well, most of this code we're not going to use. What we need to do is we just need to figure out what we're receiving from the server first. And we're going to run it on this side. First, we'll save out the code we have here. Then we'll use Python to run level 24.py. Okay, so we received the intro. So this is just the banner, and it's the same on every one of these levels. The next thing we do is we receive the challenge. So we receive the URL that we need to access. So temperance.hack, yeah, okay, so this one over here. And what we need to do is we need to save this as a string. Because, well, yeah, I'm pretty sure we need to save this as a string, and then we'll be accessing this with the Python script. Okay, so the next step we need to do is we need to convert the bytes into a string. .1001 Agency says it's bytes. It's a 4-byte injection to check for vulnerabilities. 4-byte injection to check for vulnerabilities. Oh, wait, I'm not too sure what you were referring to there. Okay, so convert the bytes into a string. So we're going to call this URL string. And that's going to be whatever we received, which was data 2. And we're just going to encode it into... We're going to decode it into UTF-8 format, and then we're going to print it off. So this is the URL encoded into a string. and then we're going to print that string. So print URL underscore string. Okay, so I think we're just going to make sure this works, and then we'll move on to the next step. So we'll run the script again. So we received the bytes over here. So bytes temperance.hackmyvm.eu. This is the URL encoded into a string, so we have a string now. And with this string, we can... 1001 Agency says, I saw an attack like that using assembly or Rust on the low-level channel. What can you tell me what they were attacking? Were they attacking a binary? Were they attacking a web application, or is it something else? Let us know, 1001 Agency. Thank you. Okay, so from here we need to access the website. And I haven't used the request module in quite a while, but let me see if I can figure it out. So requests module Python, save web page contents. Saving page contents using requests in Python. I mean, we only need to save the contents of the web page. Okay, so import requests with request.session as C. So the data URL is going to be... okay. So the username, password, well, we don't need this stuff. So page.content. So page.content, this is what we're going to need. Oh, so c.get. So we need to create an object over here. So I guess it's a request object. Request.session. I mean, 1001 Agency says, I'll do brainstorming to remember that. And sorry if I didn't remember. No worries. It's just if you could actually link the video that you were watching, where low level channel was doing that stuff. I think that might help a little bit more. Okay, so using Python requests to access a web page. How do you request a web page in Python? Okay, so you can make a GET request in Python using request.get with the desired URL. To add headers to the requests, okay, I mean, we don't need to do anything fancy, we just need to get the web page. Okay, so let's see if we can... So request is not a built-in Python module, it's a third-party library. Import requests, request.get, and then the URL in here. Okay, well, I mean... So this should be just requests.get. If that's the case, then we can do this. So the next step would be get the web page contents. Get the web page contents. And that's going to be... So web content equals request.get. And we're going to put the URL string in there. So the URL string is going to be whatever we receive from the HackMyVM server. And then we're going to print off a little message. So print, this is the web page content. And just print off web content. Okay, and let's see if this works. Clear this, run this. This is the web page content response 200. This is not what we want. We don't want response 200, we want the actual contents. Okay, so request.get, is it request.content? Inspect the response. Response is an object. Try making the same request again, but this time store the return value in a variable so you can get a closer look at its attributes and behaviors. Working with status code. Access the response content. The response of the GET request often has some valuable information known as the payload. So to see the response's content in bytes, you can use .content. Response.content, class bytes. Okay, so that just, yeah, it just connects, what was it? Confirms the connectivity. Larvine, by the way, says Nano with Python is a crime. The reason why I use Python, why I use Nano, is because it's a very easy to understand web editor. Sorry, not web editor, text editor. And most of the time, I'm dealing with people who don't know very much, who don't have very much experience. So new people. So it's usually the text editor that I teach to new people. 1001 Agency says, I think this will help because it's not a web app hacking. It's worse than the IRL, but the video is called This Goes Deeper Than Your Operating System. Let's see. I use NeoVim. Oh, no worries. Nano is easy. Well, I mean, Nano is easy is the reason why I use it. And I also don't do very much coding aside from maybe once a week when I do this stuff. So that's why I use a very easy and simple text editor. Okay, so let's see. Web content equals request.get. But I want to get the .text. While content gives you the access to the raw bytes of the response payload, you often want to convert that into a string. Response will do that for the access.text. So, response.content and then response.text. Okay. So what are we calling this? So it's web content equals this, and what we actually want is the web, let's see. I'm going to call it web text. Web text equals web content. Zen says, "Are you streaming on YouTube for passion?" Well, I'm streaming on YouTube to grow my channel because, well, I want people to watch the stuff on the YouTube, and I want people to watch on Twitch as well. But I want to stream on both places at the same time. Neems, hello, what is up? What's good? We're just doing some Python coding over here, but have a Nyan Cat. Welcome to the stream, Neems. Oh. There you go. So Neems is asking about WordPress hacking, right? So found a WordPress site, what should I be looking for? So if you're doing WordPress, I mean, you usually want to use a tool when you're hacking against WordPress. It automates the stuff a lot for you, but generally what you want to do is you want to try to see if you can identify users. And let me see if I can grab a tutorial for WP scan. Or maybe a cheat sheet might be better. Okay, so for each one of these big complicated tools, they usually have what are called cheat sheets. That doesn't look like a very good cheat sheet. Just a second. Okay, so maybe something like this. Yeah, this is probably, if you can get past the ads. This looks pretty good. $1,100 says there's a tool in Kali installed by default that is specialized in WordPress attacks. Yeah, that's the WP scan tool for sure. Okay, so let's see. Web text equals web content.text. And I guess we will print that out. So web text. Okay, save that out and then run the thing again so we can get the contents of the thing. String object is not callable. String object is not callable. What did we do wrong here? So web text, web context, content dot. Oh, is this not? Hold on, let me take a look. So it's just, oh, okay. It's dot content and it's not a function or a method. Okay. All right, let's run it again. Okay, so this is the web page content. We've got the content over here. So all we need to do is we need to turn this string into bytes, and then we need to send it back to the server. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we'll run them on YouTube, and we'll put on the birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just need to have a little sip of water. Okay, everybody, let's get back to the hacking. And what were we doing? Okay, so we've got the web page content over here. This is a string. What we really want to do is we want to turn the string back into bytes so that we can send it back to the server. 1001 see, I never liked Active Directory. Or are you talking about Active Directory? You're talking about advertisements. Before, as I did in the channel. Well, I mean, we like to take a little break so that people aren't missing anything while the ads are going on, and it also gives me a good opportunity to have a little sip of water every 30 minutes or so, which is probably something I should be doing. Anyways, okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to convert the string back into bytes. So over here, so convert the string into bytes so that we can send it over the socket. So bytes is going to be web text, and then we'll print this off. So this is the string converted to bytes. So this is pretty close to finished. So this is the web page content over here, and then this is the string converted into bytes. All we need to do now is we need to send the bytes back to the server, and that'll complete the challenge. So the last two things we do is we send the challenge by sending it over the socket, s.send the bytes, and then we receive the flag from the server, and that should be it. Lovely ads without the need to press the skip button or waiting for the timer to stop. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate you all watching the ads because it earns me some pennies, and the pennies add up after a while. Okay, so run the script one last time. And what happened here? So we received a URL from the server, and then we converted the bytes into a string. We accessed the URL with the request module from Python. We got the contents of the web page, we turned that into bytes, and then we sent it back over the wire to get the flag over here. So it's called HMB Internet Wow. That's awesome. Okay, so the last thing we need to do is we need to copy this, and we need to send it back to the website, and that's going to finish the level. Okay, we submit that flag, and it says you have submitted the flag successfully. Yay! Okay, awesome. So that's done. All right, everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for level number 24 from the Hack My VM Temperance Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, we're not finishing, but we are going to be moving on to the next level. So what we need to do first is we need to record the script that we use for this level, because it's very important to document your work. If you don't document it, it didn't happen. So this one is going to be level x24.py, and let's get the code for the level. Okay, let's cat that out, and let's copy the code. So after we copy this code, we're just going to write it out to our GitHub. Over here. Okay, done. Commit those changes. And we can move on to level number 25. Hopefully we can complete level number 25 before we have to stop for the day. But before we start, we'll rename level 24 to level 25. Oh, uh-oh. I deleted it by mistake. I did RM instead of MV. So the great thing about Linux is that when you delete something, it's gone forever. There's no recycling bin. But we've got the code for the previous level here, so we can just copy it, paste it in, okay. All right, so let's go ahead and start the next level. Okay, so the level is level 25. Okay, so this is a guided walkthrough for level number 25 from the Temperance CTF Labs over at hackmyvm.eu. So for each one of these levels, you need to read the mission for the level, and then you need to figure out how to complete the mission. So let's go ahead and start. MC25 is, this is why I got the trash CLI and made an alias for RM. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know that you could get a trash bin for the CLI, but it does make a lot of sense. Okay, so level number 25. In this mission, you will receive a URL that you must visit. You must return the value found in a header, the HMV header. Okay, so this is dealing with more web pages, and so the HMV header, huh? So for example, if it's this, we need to output the value in a HMV header. So I think we can copy this, and if we were using a tool like curl, and we get ourselves some verbose output. So the HMB header, where is it? It says moved permanently. It moved permanently, but where's the header that we're supposed to access? I guess inside of curl you can also do redirection. I forget what the argument was. So curl follow redirection. I think it might be -I. Oh, use L. Okay, so to follow redirects you have to do -L. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so the header is going to be called HMB code. Okay, that's cool. So this is, well, I mean, we're not going to be using curl, we're going to be using Python to get this result. So let's go ahead and start our level. Zen says, I'm going to head out. See you guys. Thank you very much for coming by, Zen. Let's give you a keyboard cat. So 1001 Agency says, how long would it take to do a low-level format on the hard drive with 1 terabyte of data on Linux? And what's the fastest tool to do that? I mean, I've never needed to do that before because all the hard drives that I use are virtual because I only ever deal with Linux virtual machines. So I'm not too familiar with that. If anybody in chat knows how you would do a low-level format on a hard drive with Linux, please let us know. Okay, so how are we going to do this? So once again, we're using the request module, and we're also using the socket module. We need to access level 25, so we just need to address this, and we need to receive the challenge. So the challenge is going to be in the form of a URL, and we're just going to convert that into a string. So from there, we're just going to comment out everything else to see if this part of the code works properly. So we'll write out the code. Shaheen Oz, hello, nice to see you here. I want to learn this. Where can I start as a beginner? So Shaheen, what do you already know about cybersecurity stuff? If you tell me what your previous experience is, then I can give you some advice. But if you're a complete beginner, I would recommend the stuff from the starter pack. So the starter pack is a bunch of YouTube playlists. So you've got 1 and 2. The first 2 links are for basic IT knowledge. The third one is for computer networking. And the fourth one is for easy cybersecurity challenges. So give this stuff a look. Learn Python first. Well, I mean, if you don't know anything about technology, you might want to start by learning a little bit of Linux first, and maybe learning about some basic IT concepts. But Python's probably a good beginner language. That I agree with. Okay, so let's run the code. Okay, so we received a URL from the server, and then we turned it into a string. So the next thing we need to do is we need to access this website with Python. Okay, so we're not getting the web page contents in this case. We need to get the web page headers. But first, I guess what we can do is we can take a look at the contents, because I think whatever web page we access is going to be, it's going to redirect us. And if that's the case, I want to find out what this content is over here. Well, not the contents, but the request. What's in the request? Let's go ahead and get the web content. So this is the web page response. Okay, and we'll just comment out everything else. We'll figure out if we're actually getting a 200 response or if we're getting a redirect response. So Larvine says, I'm learning networking next semester. 1001 Agency says, the Python website, real Python website, has everything I need to know about libraries related to web apps. I mean, I would say never rely on just one resource. I mean, real Python is good. Real Python tutorials over here. Yeah, I mean it's a good resource. I would also check out W3 Schools. They've got a pretty good tutorials on Python as well. But yeah, I mean, use as many good resources as you can get your hands on. I think I've got a few different resources for Python on the HackerFrogs GitHub. Let me see if I can pull that up. Yeah, we've got our educational resources over here. And these are the ones for programming. Check out this link. Okay, so we'll write that out, and then we'll run the script. F-string, oh, it looks like I made a little boo-boo. Alright, so web content has to have a curly brace. Okay, let's do that again. So this is the web page response 200. Okay, so if it's response 200, we want to get all of the headers. Let me check this out. Python requests. Return headers. So response.headers. So, I mean, is it just this easy? Just do response.headers? It might be. Okay, so this is the web page response, and maybe we'll do web page web headers equals web content dot headers, and we'll print that off as well. Web headers. And we'll print off a message like, these are the web page headers. Okay, write it out, and then Shaheen says, I dropped Bachelor's of CS at the final year because of attendance shortage, and I learned MERN stack, but I stopped coding 1 year before. Because I understand web development is not my passion. Okay, so Shaheen, what do you want to focus on as far as cybersecurity is concerned? Do you want to do, well, I mean, even if you're not passionate about web development, you might be passionate about web security stuff. You can take the stuff that you learned in web development, and you can figure out how to break web applications instead of building web applications. And it might be a fun way to use the stuff you learned about web app stuff, web app development, and you can use it for a different purpose. But let me know what you want to do with cybersecurity, and then maybe we can help you out. Okay, so let's run the script again. Okay, so these are the web page headers. So HMV code. Okay, so this is a dictionary. This is a dictionary. Yeah, this is a dictionary that's returned to us. So the web page headers is a dictionary, and we want to get the value of the first dictionary item. Okay, so let's see. I haven't worked with dictionaries very much in Python. So Python return value from dictionary, or return dictionary. Yeah, return value from dictionary. So how to return values in a Python dictionary? Let's take a look. So it's not the best idea to name a variable dictionary. Okay, so if you want to call this, so favorite dictionary, Jake should return red pizza and soda. So Jake is this. So I guess we would return the dictionary with HMV code. So we just need to save this out as something. I don't know. Retrieve the value of the HMV header, or the HMV code. HMV code header. Let's see, is the stream always 6 hours? It's I try to make it a little bit less than 6 hours, but sometimes it takes a little bit more than 6 hours, depending on what we do for the final part of the stream. But it's usually around 5 or 6 hours. Okay, so we're going to call this HMV value, I guess. So the HMV value is going to be web content.headers, and we're grabbing HMV code. And then I guess we'll print it out with an F string, and we'll do HMV value. This is the value of the HMV code header. Okay. Shane says, I really want to learn ECM coding, vehicle ECMs, okay, but I'm very curious about bug bounty and hacking stuff like peeling an onion. Well, I mean, if you want to learn about, well, I mean, bug bounty is mostly about web app stuff. So what I would say is look into the education experience, the educational resources for web apps, and I think we've got it over here. So education resources, web app hacking. So look into stuff like this. So what you'd want to do is you would want to, well, learn about the web applications, learn how they work, and then you would go over to Portswigger Academy, say. So Portswigger Academy is where you learn about all the web app vulnerabilities. If you want to challenge yourself, you do the challenges over at Over the Wire Natus or picoCTF. But for learning about web app stuff or vulnerabilities in general, Portswigger Academy is probably the best place to do it. Plan to do it for fun besides my cloud niche. I mean, cloud is another really important specialization inside of web app security, because more and more of the stuff is all going up to the cloud. So learning how to hack against AWS and Azure is it's very, very high in demand right now. Okay, so let's see if we can get that HMV code. Here, this is the value of the HMV code header. It is this. Okay, so this looks exactly like what we want. So all we need to do now is we need to convert this. I think this is a string. I need to make sure that this is a string. If it's a string, then we need to convert it into bytes. Let's do a quick check. So we'll run type on HMV value. So this is a string. Okay, so we expected this would be a string instead of an integer. So all we need to do now is convert this string back into bytes, and then we can send it back to the server and finish the level. Tori says, I plan to do DevSec operations and then learn the offensive part. DevSec, development security operations, learn the offensive part. Yeah. I mean, it sounds like a good plan. I personally don't know very much about DevSec development security operations, but I hear it's a pretty senior role as far as I know. I know one person who does DevSecOps, and they had to work as a developer for about 10 years before they did that role. So it's not exactly something you can jump into. You need to do a lot of research. Okay, so we're going to convert the string back into bytes. So the bytes are going to be HMV value. And this is the string converted to bytes. We're just going to skip this. We're just going to complete this step. We're going to convert the string into bytes, and then we're going to send the challenge back and receive the flag. So let's do that. Save this out. Larvine says, I'm learning whatever. Currently doing web development. What is CP in this context? Qt application and Linux. Okay, so we run it and we finish the challenge. Okay, great. So what do we do? So from the server, we received a URL over here. So the URL was in bytes. We need to convert it to a string. After we converted it into a string, we sent a web request to this to the URL that we received, and then we got the headers for that particular page, and then we extracted one of the values of the headers, and we sent that back to the server, and that's what it wanted, and it sent back a flag. So the flag is called header control. Let's go ahead and copy that. Oh, competitive programming. Okay. Larvine, now I understand what that means. Great. Tori says, I'm currently learning DevOps. I'm planning to break into through a cloud role, then slowly scale. I think a good way to do it, to get into security, is to get in through being a developer first. If you can develop the thing or develop the application, it's a lot easier for you to understand how the application works and how to break it. And that'll help you do security. Okay, we've got the flag. Let's go ahead and go back and let's submit the flag. You've submitted the flag successfully. Great. Okay, so everybody, that was a guided walkthrough for level number 25 from the Temperance CTF Labs from hackmyvm.eu. If you enjoyed this guided walkthrough, please click on the like and subscribe buttons on the video and leave a comment underneath the video. But until next time, HackerFrogs out. Okay, I would never be DevOps. I would rather work easier as a server guy. I mean, whatever matches your skill set, I guess. Matches your skill set and is something that doesn't make you want to bang your head against the wall, I suppose. Okay, so we got the script over here. Let's go ahead and print out the script, and then we can record this. So we're just going to record this as level 25 on the GitHub. Where are we? Here. Okay, we're going to create that file, level 25. Paste in the script, commit the changes. All right, and let's let's start in on the next level. So we don't have too much time left. We only have like 5 minutes. Maybe we might skip this because I don't think we're going to be finishing the next level in 5 minutes, which means we can move on to our next topic a little bit earlier. So let's stop the clock, and we'll put like I don't know, 65 minutes for the next section. And the next section is going to be learning about Android OS. So if anybody wants to learn about mobile hacking, this is probably a pretty good place to start, because, well, a lot of devices use Android. A lot of them use Apple as well, but I don't think we're going to be able to study too much about iOS unless we own an iOS device, and I don't. I use all Android. Okay, so this is going to be Hack the Box's Android Fundamentals course, and you can find it over at this link. So if you want to try this out yourself, it's essentially a free module over at Hack the Box. Okay, let's put 65 minutes on the clock, and let's start the topic. Okay, so this is Android Fundamentals. Let's start our course. So in this course, we're going to be learning about the Android operating system. We're going to be talking about Android apps and OS security, APK structure, native apps, native code, services. I'll tell you right away, I don't know very much about the way the Android operating system works, aside from the fact that it's similar to Linux and it powers phones. So this is going to be very educational for myself as well. You're guessing that it's a Samsung S24 Ultra. It's an older phone because I don't have very much money, and I haven't upgraded my phone in like 4 years, so it's very unlikely to be the latest phone. Anyways, we've got ads running on Twitch, so we're on one on YouTube, and let's go ahead and put on some birds. How about these birds? Hey, there's 2 of them. So I love these birds. These are northern flicker woodpeckers. So enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 45 seconds. Okay, so yeah, so these are very young woodpeckers because, well, I mean, they're smaller than the regular woodpeckers. It's hard to tell on this video, but regular northern flicker woodpeckers are usually like much bigger than these birds, and they also seem to get along in close proximity, which is something that adult birds don't do. So young birds can play together okay, but adults usually do not get along. Anyways, let's put the birds away and let's get back to the hacking. Or the education, as in this case. Okay, so I'm going to be skimming over the stuff in here. So about Android mobile operating system for touchscreen devices like phones and tablets. Based on a modified version of the Linux kernel, it was developed by Open Handset Alliance Consortium and commercially sponsored by Google. Huh, okay. Most Google devices come pre-installed with Google Mobile Services, so it's a bunch of software, and I guess that's why all of your Android devices come with all this Google stuff. So Google collaborates with various vendors such as Samsung and HTC to allow customization of user interface. Android OS is also used in smart TVs and wearables developed by Google. So I guess if you like Google, you like Android. Zen, hello, nice to see you here. For now, I'm the only one with Apple stuff. Hello, Zen, nice to see you here. And I mean, I have nothing against Apple. I used an iPhone maybe 10 years ago, but that was the only Apple device I ever bought. It's just that I like Android more. I don't know why. I don't know why. It's just something about Apple doesn't really appeal to me. But I am open to learning more about Apple, because if you're a hacker, you need to learn about everything basically. Okay, so let's see. So Android was created in California in 2023. So for the first Android versions were called Cupcake, Donut, Eclair, and Froyo. Android's major releases before version 10 were named after desserts. So I mean, yeah. I love Android. Well, I mean, Android is open source, so I guess that is a reason to be excited. I only like Apple screens for graphic design. Well, I mean, there are reasons to use Apple. There are reasons to use Android. I don't want to start some sort of device war in chat or anything. Okay, so in 2010, Google launched its Nexus series, a special version of Samsung Galaxy S4. So the versions of Android are over here. So Cupcake, Donut, Eclair, Froyo, and it dates back to 2008. But I guess this is the big divide. If you ask a person if they use an Android device or if they use an Apple device, I think that most people prefer Apple, and I think it's like it's over 60% of people who have mobile devices use Apple. But I could be wrong, and it might have changed in the last few years. So ice cream sandwich, jelly bean, Kit Kat, lollipop, marshmallow, and then they just become really boring. They just go Android 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 16, 15, 16. So the Android version of the device along with other information, settings, about emulated devices, Android version. So you can get this information if you go to your Android device. Didn't use Android since Android 4. I had an iPhone 7 and an iPad. Now I'm using two modded Redmi. What is a Redmi? I've never heard of that. Recently did an adware detector app for a school project though. Oh. I mean, is there a lot of adware on all the Android apps? Is this what we're supposed to understand? Okay, so although Android supports a large range of hardware architectures, the majority of devices use the ARM architecture. Architectures such as x86 and x86-64 have also been supported, primarily in later Android versions that held Intel processors. So most of the devices that you use with Android are going to use the ARM chipset, or the ARM architecture. Oh, Redmi is a Chinese phone. Okay. Let's see. Non-native architectures like x86 can also run on the Android emulator included with the SDK, as well as various third-party emulators. Android devices typically include a variety of hardware components such as video cameras, GPS, orientation sensors, dedicated gaming controls, etc., etc. Okay, so I think, what is the primary hardware architecture used in the majority of Android devices? So I'm pretty sure that's ARM. Okay, so we'll move on to the next section. So the Android operating section. So it's a Linux-based OS, and once someone gains access to a shell on the device, Linux commands can be executed. So it uses a Linux shell. So let's see, text-based I/O interface between users and system kernel. Okay, so you would be able to navigate through the file system like any other Linux OS. So agency says, I'm curious about the inside of Apple users. Well, I mean, It's hard to say. I don't use Apple myself. The problem with Apple is that it's hard to do security testing with them because they're very unfriendly towards virtualization or like emulation. So you can't. I have never seen an Apple virtual machine, and I've never seen like a security testing exercise that used Apple stuff because it's all locked behind a big paywall. Okay, I'm an Apple ecosystem user. I have an AirPod Pro 2, okay, and iWatch. The workflow is just smooth, nothing much, and just get to use the Mac. Okay. The only thing I love about Apple is jailbreaking. No worries, I don't want anybody to start attacking each other over which mobile device you use, because if you're learning about security, you need to learn about all the systems. So Android software stack. Let's see. The Android platform consists of 6 components. Okay, let's take a look. The image below shows the Linux-based software stack that Android uses and these components. So system applications, Java API framework, native C, C++ libraries, Android runtime, hardware extraction layer, Linux kernel. So these are the 6 components. So the Linux kernel is the foundation of the Android platform and is responsible for managing device hardware such as the display, camera, Bluetooth, etc., etc. Android runtime also relies on this layer to perform functionalities like threading and memory management. Additionally, the Linux kernel allows Android to take advantage of numerous security features like user-based permissions and process isolation. So kernel-level security features prevents users from reading each other's files, prevents users from exhausting each other's memory, prevents users from exhausting CPU resources, prevents users from exhausting device resources like telephony, GPS, and Bluetooth. Okay, then there's another software layer, which is the hardware abstraction layer. It provides the Android operating system with a standard interface for interacting with hardware components such as cameras, Bluetooth, sensors, and other devices. So there's the Linux kernel, and then there's the hardware layer, acting as a bridge between hardware and higher level software layers. Okay, so all the hardware interacts with the software through the hardware abstraction layer. Then there's the Android runtime. Android runtime is the managed runtime environment used by the Android operating system to execute applications. So ART brought significant architectural improvements such as app execution. Distinction between ART and Dalvik, I don't know what Dalvik is. So ART uses ahead-of-time compilation, while Dalvik relied on just-in-time compilation. ART is capable of running multiple virtual machines concurrently, even on low-memory devices, and it executes applications packaged in the DEX format. Importantly, IRT maintains backward compatibility with applications originally built for Dalvik. Some of the core features of the Android runtime include improved garbage collection, better memory management, better debug support, optimized compression of the DEX file. Okay, so after that is going to be native C and C++ libraries. So it's a set of libraries written in C and C++ programming languages are included in the Android operating system. Developers use these libraries to achieve high performance or write low-level code to interact directly with the hardware. Okay, so I guess if you're dealing with Linux, then you have to interact with C, because Linux was written in C. Android is amazing. Even when they blocked some apps from downloading on the Play Store, I could download the APK and install it easily and make it run. It's a zero-barrier system despite some limitations. But I mean, you can do, this is called like side loading, right? When you install applications by going through, by using APK files instead of using the official store. But sometimes that can be a little bit sketchy. Java API Framework. Another essential part of the Android platform is the Java API Framework. So you're not only dealing with C and C++, but you're also dealing with Java. This component provides software tools and interfaces for building Android applications. So, I mean, does this mean that all the Android applications have to be written in Java? Or does it mean something else? So some of the components of the Java API Framework: View System Resource Management, Notification Activity Manager, Location Manager, Package Manager. System apps. So the top layer core component of the platform architecture is the system apps. Thank you very much for following on Twitch, S. Dennis. Welcome to the stream. You're now HackerFrog. Let's give you Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet!
Okay, so the component includes all the pre-installed applications that come with the Android operating system, such as contacts, messaging, camera, browser, calendar, maps, settings. Pre-installed apps can only be modified on rooted devices. However, developers can use them in their applications using the provided APIs. For example, a developer could create an app that uses the camera to scan into QR code. So this is the other runtime. So the Dalvik virtual machine was developed by Google and introduced in the first version of Android. Android applications written in Java and Kotlin are compiled into Java bytecode and then transformed into Dalvik bytecode, packaged in .dex or .odex. Unlike the Java virtual machine, which is stack-based, the Dalvik VM is a register-based virtual machine. This architectural difference allows for more efficient execution on devices with limited CPU and memory resources, which is ideal for mobile environments. Larvine says, I'm going to grab coffee, have fun hacking, see y'all, and have a great time. Thank you very much, Larvine, and let's give you a keyboard cat to play you off. Have a good coffee. $1001 Energy says, sometimes it works perfectly. The best thing is we can install Kali NetHunter on our device, and the only thing we need is to root the device. Oh, cool. I haven't tried Kali Linux NetHunter yet, but I guess I should, one of these days I should really get around to it. I'll put it on my ultra long list of things to do. So rooting. Android separates the flash storage into the following two main partitions. So system and data. So the system partition is used by the operating system, and the data partition is used for user data and application installations. Users don't have root access to the operating system, and some partitions like system are read-only. However, rooting the device can be achieved by hacking security flaws. Having a rooted device enhances the capabilities and customizability of the device, and helps with debugging and overall security assessments. Rooted Android devices are also more susceptible to malicious viruses and malware, since the rooting process disables some of the built-in security features in the operating system. Camric says, root is no longer needed for the latest image. For NetHunter. Oh, really? I'll keep that in mind when I actually get around to using NetHunter. Thank you, Camerix. Okay, so important directories. Android file structure is very similar to Linux distributions. Directories listed below are some of the most important to consider when conducting Android app assessments. So data. All the applications installed by the user are in data. Data user 0 contains data that only the apps can access. Data app contains the APKs of the application that are installed by the user. System app contains the pre-installed applications of the device. System bin contains binary files, data local temp, world writable directory. Data system contains system configuration files, etc. apns-conf.xml contains the default access point name configurations. APN is used in order for the device to connect with our current carrier's network. Okay, nice to hear that. I'll do that too, but first I need to find an old phone, cheap, and I don't care if something bad happens to it. I mean, I've got some old Android devices that I don't use anymore. It should be pretty easy to find a used phone at like a secondhand store, because people are getting rid of that stuff all the time. Okay, so let's see. Data miscellaneous Wi-Fi configuration files, user certificate store, security CA certs, permission to non-root users is not permitted. SD card contains a symbolic link to directories, DCIM, downloads, music, pictures, etc. Okay, so what do we need to do here? Oh, we just need to answer the questions. What type of files do Android Runtime and Dalvik VM execute? Android Runtime and Dalvik VM. So these are... Oh, Android Runtime. So these are... Let's go back. So Android Runtime is up here. So these are used to run applications. Okay, is that the answer? Application files? Nope, that's not it. Here in Tunisia, the older it is, the more they benefit from it. Really? I didn't know. Usually it's pretty easy to buy an old device. Okay, so what kind of files are we looking at? So Dalvik VM is .dex. Maybe they're looking for .dex. Okay, so .dex. What type of files do Android Runtime and Dalvik VM execute? The answer is not application. The answer is not dot whatever. What is the answer here? So Dalvik VM runs what kind of files? Is it just, do I just type in Android applications? Do they run virtual machine files? DEX files. Okay, maybe we need to just type in the word DEX. Okay, the answer was DEX. Great. All right, let's move on. Okay, Android security features. Kotlin and Java are the two primary languages used to develop Android applications. So I mean, I knew about Java, but I'm actually curious what Kotlin actually is. So I mean, I've heard of it before. Let me look this up real quick. Kotlin programming language. Okay, so let's make this dark mode, because this light mode is bothering my eyes. Cross-platform, statically typed, general-purpose, high-level programming language with type inference. It's designed to interoperate fully with Java, and the JVM version of Kotlin's standard library depends on the Java class library. So it's a modified version of Java. Okay, so let's see. 1001 Agency says the other thing is that it's mostly illegal to buy something from the internet, old devices. Okay, we don't have access to international online payment services such as local citizens. It's more complicated than it looks. It sounds pretty complicated, but I'm sure you know some people who might be able to get you some used devices, and if they can, maybe you can use it to do some testing on Android. Tori says, I use them on my Android detector app. Oh, for detecting malware? Kotlin mainly targets the Java virtual machine, but also compiles to JavaScript. JavaScript? Interesting. So, Kotlin has support for the web with Kotlin.js through an intermediate representation. So it's like some sort of weird hybrid between Java and JavaScript. Sliver says, my instructor is so good because he agreed to help me with some PTSA tests on CCNA3. PTSA. What is PTSA, Slevers? Let us know. Thank you. Okay, let's go back to the module. The Android SDK tools compile application source code along with resource files and assets into the Android package, so the APK. So APK is an archive with an APK extension that contains all the components needed to install and run an Android app, including compiled bytecode, which is .dex, manifest metadata resources, and native libraries. Each Android application runs with its own isolated security sandbox enforced by the underlying Linux-based architecture. So the sandboxing model is supported on several core Android security features. So Android is a multi-user Linux system where each application is treated as a separate user. Okay. So PTSA is physical test. Physical test. Okay. Working with actual hardware. It sounds like it sounds pretty good if your instructor is able to help you out with more support for the CCNA3. Okay, so the system assigns each app a unique Linux ID. The UID is used by the system for access control, but not exposed to the app itself. File system permissions ensure that only the app assigned a particular UID can access its own files. Each app runs in its own process, and each process runs in a separate instance of the Android runtime virtual machine, ensuring memory isolation. The system launches the app's processes as needed and terminates it when it is no longer required. Android enforces the principle of least privilege, meaning that apps only receive the permissions necessary to perform their core functionality. Additional privileges must be explicitly declared on the map's manifest and approved by the user, depending on the API level. So when I use applications on my Android device, it'll often ask me for permissions to access the contacts or to access the camera, and I have to manually say that the app can do it. So I guess that's a security mechanism. Sever says, course ended on July 11th, but he said that you can come and you will help out. So when is the exam for the CCNA for you then? You're talking about CCNA 3. Okay, so application sandbox. So it uses Linux user-based security module to isolate applications by using the ID system. So escaping the sandbox requires compromising the kernel itself, typically through a privilege escalation hack. So this application here only has access to its own resources, and the same with every other application that's running. So executing the following command, we can see that all the applications have a different UID. Okay, we got the Bluetooth, the shell, Chrome, the camera, and in addition to the UID-based discretionary access control, sandboxing, many other protections have been introduced to strengthen app and system isolation. Okay. Application signing. To install an application on a device or upload it to the Play Store, the APK file must be signed. Signing the APK is crucial for security as it protects the package from malicious modifications. Devices running Android 7.0 or earlier support jar signing, version 1, but this method does not offer complete protection. Certain parts of the APK, such as the zip metadata, may not be covered by the signature. Sever says the deadline to complete all of them is August 31st for the certification, so if I don't get a minimum 70% on the course, you don't get the certificate for that course. So does that mean you're going to take your exam on August 31st or slightly before? Okay, so we got our APK. Does the APK have the v3 signature? Okay, so it's going to check if it's got these security features, and if it doesn't have enough of the security signing, then the APK is not going to be installed. Otherwise, it'll install the APK. Okay, application signing can be performed in several ways. So in Android Studio, you can run generate signed app bundle, or you can do jar signer. Certificates that are used to sign an application are self-signed. One can sign an APK with the APK signer tool. So I mean, I guess this is just so that you can do testing, because otherwise people could just sign their own stuff and then upload it to the Play Store, which is obviously not what happens. Okay, we've got ads running, so let's go ahead and put on some more ads on YouTube, and we'll also put on some birds. Okay, we'll be back in about 30 seconds, 20 seconds. We just need to take a little water break. Okay, let's get back to the lesson. Tori says you should use Packet Tracer to simulate and perfect your skills, then try physical when you feel more comfortable. I don't think that's directed at me, but at Slevers. Agency asks, are these birds from your backyard camp? Yeah, these are well, they're not my birds, but they're the birds that come and eat from the bird feeder. But this is stuff from my camera. So signing the APK file, okay. These commands accomplish the following for us. They sign the create a file called params.txt, which is necessary input for keytool to generate a key pair. So long story short, if you're not able to sign your application, then you're not going to be able to install it on your devices. Okay, so verified boot. Neems asks, what's the schedule? So we're going to be doing our lesson on, while talking about Android for the next 30 minutes or so. And then afterwards, we're going to do a Windows hacking challenge from Pwn Till Dawn. So Pwn Till Dawn is over here. Verified boot is an Android feature that ensures the integrity of the operating system. This is achieved through a unique set of cryptographic keys to sign and verify the boot image and ensure that only the authorized parties can modify the system. While Android is booting up, each stage verifies the integrity and authenticity of the next stage. And if the signature is valid, then the device boots up normally. Otherwise, the device either won't boot or will provide the user with a message updating them that the device is tampered with. Okay, so this is, okay. So is the device locked? If it is locked, then valid OS found. Was the root of trust set by the user? I mean, this is just a big flowchart as to whether or not the device is going to boot up or not. Slevers asks, okay. Neems asks, were you following walkthroughs when you first started? Were you following walkthroughs when you first started? Yeah. I mean, I tried to learn as much as I could when I was following the walkthroughs. But basically, you have to learn somehow. It's either going to be through walkthroughs or through courses on how to do your hacking stuff. Don't feel bad about looking at walkthroughs, especially when you're first learning how to do this stuff. But slowly, you're going to try to see how far you can get without using the walkthroughs, and eventually, you're going to be able to solve some challenges without using any walkthroughs at all. That's the goal. But when you're first starting out, don't feel bad about using walkthroughs. Okay, let's play some StarCraft. So Slever says, looked up YouTube videos and nothing worked. I'll just ask my instructor. Slevers asks, can you hack the CIA like Terry Davis? Terry Davis. I don't know that name. Terry Davis? Terry Davis hacker. Okay. Hacker with a reference to, I don't know, Terry A. Davis. Who is this guy? Engineer, computer programmer, and outside artist. Oh, Temple OS. Okay. This is the guy that created Temple OS. Anyways, this it seems to be a pretty... Temple OS itself is kind of controversial, but we might talk about Temple OS on a later stream. Maybe not right now. Okay, so what are we doing? So before proceeding with the questions, ensure that you have followed the steps provided in the Android Studio Android emulators and have a set up virtual Android device. This device will be used throughout the remainder of the module. Okay, this is what I was waiting for, because I really like getting hands-on when I do my learning. Android Studio and Android emulators. So where's that section? Just a second, everybody. Setting up the test environment. Okay, let's... So setting up the test environment requires our host machine, an emulated Android device, and the tools we will use for the application pen testing. We're just going to talk about Android emulators and how to set up. So Android emulators are a vital tool. Their programs allows them to run Android applications and simulate the Android operating system on devices like personal computers. Most real Android devices use ARM or ARM64 CPU architecture. specifically designed for mobile devices and providing high energy performance. Android emulators use x86 or x86-64 CPU architectures for better performance and compatibility with the host machine's hardware. I don't know very much about Temple OS. You know what? Just really quick, we'll look up Temple OS just to figure out what this is. Temple OS, biblical themed lightweight operating system. Okay. Designed to be the third temple prophesied in the Bible. I mean, Temple OS is not. It's not Linux, and it's not. It's not Linux. It's not Mac. It's not Windows. It's something else. It's the Lord's OS, of course. Let's see. Am I streaming using an NVIDIA app? No, I mean the streaming software I use is, what is it called again? It's called Streamlabs OBS. I don't know if it's. I'm pretty sure that's not NVIDIA. Neem says, I forgot to ask, how was DEF CON? DEF CON is happening right now. So DEF CON is DEF CON 2025. It started today, I think, or did it start on Thursday? So it's from the 7th to the 10th. So it started yesterday. It's going for until the weekend, I think. All the talks are being streamed. Yeah, it's DEF CON 33. So is it being streamed on YouTube or is it being streamed on Twitch? Let me look that up real quick. Yeah. So let me... So these are the YouTube channels over here. So DEF CON Track 1, Track 2, and Track 3. Well, I mean, they've got a bunch of them over there. Anyways, let's continue. But it's happening right now. Okay, so let's see. Android Studio AVD. It's a fast and feature-rich emulator that allows us to test applications. Help us run and debug applications, blah blah blah. It is not recommended to run Android emulator within a virtual machine, as nested virtualization can cause significant performance delays. Okay. So is it only recommending... Other emulators. Although Android Studio AVD is an emulator we will use throughout the following sections, several other emulators are available and unique. What CPU architecture do most physical Android devices use? So this is ARM. Most of them use ARM. Camric says the Black Hat Knock has been live for the past few days on Twitch. Cash grab? I mean, I'm pretty sure that not very many people visit the Black Hat Network Operations Center. But let's look it up on Twitch. I'm pretty sure it's on InfoSec streams. Just a second. I wonder if there... Yeah, the Black Hat Knock is here. So if you want to take a look at it, this is the link. Most of the time there's... I mean, it's not online right now. When was the last time they were online? Anyways. They're in Singapore? I think there's a day between Black Hat and DEF CON, right? I think Black Hat is before DEF CON, there is an after. Is Black Hat before DEF CON or after? So let's see. DEF CON is a hacker convention which takes place immediately following Black Hat. So it's going to be Black Hat first and then DEF CON. So that means Black Hat is already over. MC25 says, I've never seen anybody speak in that stream, just a webcam. Yeah, I mean, I've watched it for a little while as well. I've never seen anybody talk about. It's just a webcam that looks over the room where they have the network operations center. I've never seen anybody actually talk on the talk on the live stream. Okay, so create an AVD. What is the build number? Okay. I wish they had a virtual machine that we could access, because this is going to make it very hard if we need to use our own stuff. I wish it was nice and easy. But nested virtualization, that's it's going to be tough. They were live a week ago or so. Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, we could also do Kali NetHunter as well. Actually, let me see if I can look that up on off screen just a second. Actually, I could look it up on stream, but when it actually comes to installing the thing. So Kali NetHunter. This is a version of Kali Linux that has mobile testing stuff. Okay, so it's based on Kali Linux. Kali NetHunter App Store, interesting. So how do we download and run the thing? Installing NetHunter on Gemini PDA. Can we? I guess you have to install it on a device. We can't just install it on our PC. Let's see. What else can we do if we want to do mobile testing stuff, or like, mobile testing exercises? You need a micro SD card to install it on your phone. It seems OTG, like hold on. I think I had something installed on VirtualBox at Moblexer. Okay. A mobile application pen testing platform. So this is moblexer.com. I never really got a chance to test this out. But I downloaded the virtual machine to try it out. But if anybody's wondering what we're looking at, this is it. It has an emulator. You can do it on PC with the Android SDK. So this has got a bunch of stuff. Actually, I think I've got the Moblexer virtual machine installed. I haven't used it in like over a year, but maybe I can test it out. Should be able to drop an APA in, and then away you go. Okay, can I make this full screen? Ooh, it's Ubuntu! Yay! 18.04. That's I think the latest version of Ubuntu is like 2021 something, right? Okay, so Moblexer. What is the password? Password. That's probably not it. Okay, let me search for the Moblexer password. Of course it's matching the vibe. Okay, setting up mobile pen testing using Moblexer. So the password is going to be Moblexer. So Mobexler? Okay. Mobexler. Incorrect password. Sorry, am I not spelling this correctly? Mobexler. Hold on, everybody. I need to... Default password. I see another article that says that the default password is 12345. 12345. Okay, it was 12345. Great. Okay, so let's see. Too bad it's not a web app. Hydra for the win. Otherwise, we would be able to brute force this thing. Okay, so we got. I mean, if we have Moblexer, they seem to really like wolves because they've got 3 wolf heads in one. Is that a wolf head or a fox head? I'm not sure. All right, so we got Android zone, iOS zone. So what do we do here? This is all new stuff to me. Woo, of course. So we would. I'm pretty sure I have internet access on this machine, right? So if we go to google.com, we will see google.com. Okay. All right, which means what do they want us to do? They want us to download and use a specific APK or something. Let's look that up real quick. Okay, so what do they want us to do? Workup. Okay, so create an AVD for Pixel 3 API 34 Google APIs using Android Studio. So is this something I need to download, or is it something that I can just NetHunter was an APK. Oh, okay. Could you please play Secret Invasion by Jesper KYD? I don't. Unfortunately, I need to make sure that everything that I play on the stream is not going to get flagged by YouTube. So I need to. If I were to play that, I would need to do some testing off stream to make sure that it's allowed. So this is, So AVD, let's go back to the NetHunter. Or no, sorry, the Moblexer. And we can go over to Android Studio. Thank you very much, Killer Ant Bean. Thank you very much for following on. This is stuff I've never used before. This is all stuff that I've never used before. So, I mean, whether or not I'm going to be able to get this stuff working, I'm not too sure. So I don't know. Project. New project. Phone and tablet. No idea what I'm doing. I could benefit from. Let's see. Of course, we want to play safe with YouTube. No worries, no worries. But Secret Invasion, is that just somebody's music, or is it from like a soundtrack? Okay, so how about no activity? So my application, this thing, package name. I mean, I have no idea what the package name is going to be. Oh, okay, it's on the Hitman Blood Money game soundtrack. You should be able to snag the NetHunter image from the Kali site and then select Open instead of New Project. I mean, NetHunter. I'll talk. Well, we'll cover NetHunter maybe later. But I just want to see if I can get the virtual machine started with this phone. Okay, if that's the name of the project. Oh no, not using NetHunter right now. I just need to see how we can open up this virtual machine or APK. I'm not even sure. Let me check one more time. Okay, create an AVD. So AVDs are application something disks using Android Studio. Okay, so Android Studio, we open that up, and Pixel 3. Let me just look this up. I might need to download this. Android virtual device. Okay, so we got create an AVD for guys, this question makes me crazy. Okay, well, I mean, it looks like somebody's trying to answer the question on Hack the Box. What is the build number of the device? So I installed Android Video, but the build number I put in Hack the Box doesn't accept. How to solve this problem? Okay. So we're looking for this device, right? MobileXer with 1234 is the password. It was 12345. 12345. Okay, I mean, how do we look this up specifically? API levels, Android versions. Android Studio. So if we go back to the machine over here, we would want to go to next time when it doesn't work, add an extra number. Okay, so we created the project. What we want to do is we want to Just head to Device Manager. Device Manager. Window. I'm not too sure where the Device Manager is in this thing. Oh, there it is. So this is, I see something that says Device Manager here. This is kind of cramped. Okay, so Device Manager, create device. So create device. Select hardware. So we need to select, what is it called? So Pixel A. Pixel A API 34. Hold on. This is so cramped. So Pixel 3A API? Nope. Pixel 3A API 34 Google APIs. I mean, the only thing I can see is this one. Just Pixel 3A, okay. So let's see. So click on next. Okay, I see some images over here. So API 34. API 34. API level 34. Your CPU does not support required features, VTX or... So I can't do it. I can't install the thing because... Okay, I guess we need to look at the x86 images. What is the difference between all these? There's a bunch of API 34s. So system image, Google Inc., API 34, but it says I don't have specific features. How about this one? Same thing. This one says the same thing. This one says the same thing. Okay. So the best option would be to install Android Studio on your host. To install on the host. I guess so. But I mean, we're almost finished with this segment. I thought I would be able to. You know what I thought would happen? I thought they would provide. I thought Hack the Box would provide a virtual machine with all of the required software installed, but I guess that's not the case. And for this one, that's okay. We tried. What is this thing? Anyways, it was fun. We got to try out the Mobexler. Dang. And we can shut this thing down. Just like previous, and Neenan says it's pretty good. I've used it a ton. I mean, I would like to do more mobile pen testing stuff. The thing is that I get the feeling that virtualization is not the preferred method to do so. So I mean, if we go to learn and we're to search up the stuff on Try Hack Me, look up some mobile stuff. Mobile. Yeah, we got mobile acquisition, analysis, something, something. What about the free ones? Okay, So let's see. There used to be a room on TryHackMe that that covered mobile pen testing basics, but I guess they removed it, or maybe they made it paid only. So Needon says MobSF with Dynamic Analyzer is very good. For Android virtualization, it's just fine. iOS, if you really want a jailbroken phone. Nesting your virtualization can be a problem, though. I mean, that's the thing. Whenever I work with on the stream, I'm usually doing it through a virtual machine, just so I don't expose any of the stuff on my host machine. But it might be something I need to. It might be something I need to resolve before I get serious about mobile pen testing stuff. But anyways, we're going to move on to the next part of today's stream, because we already spent an hour working on this stuff. If you're interested in taking a look at this module yourself from Hack the Box, this is the link. 1001 agencies. What's the best RDP alternative that we can use? Are you talking about for Linux? So for Linux, most of the time when I'm accessing Windows machines, I'm using something called XFreeRDP3. This is the name of the program. So this is the one that you use on Kali Linux. Okay, let's go ahead and get ready for the last part of today's stream. So the last part of today's stream is going to be Windows hacking stuff. So if you're, this is going to be much more comfortable for me because I'm much more comfortable doing network pen testing stuff than mobile. Anyways, let's go ahead and access the platform that we're going to be using today. So we're going to do OpenVPN on the Pwn till Dawn VPN key here. So, sorry, let me change my topics. So we're just doing topic 4 now. And let's put a couple hours on the clock, because we might be working on this system for a while. Okay, so we're going to be doing the Pwn till Dawn machine called Farewell. It's a Windows machine. And let me get rid of some of these windows, because we're not going to be using most of these. Okay, so Pwn till Dawn is a cybersecurity education platform where you can hack against the machines on their network. It's a free platform, so you don't have to worry about paying for anything, but sometimes the connectivity can be kind of slow. What you want to do is, after you log in, after you create an account, you want to download the VPN key over here. So it's convenient under this little header called Get Access to the Pwn till Dawn Network. And once you've VPN'd in, you'll be able to access their machines. So the machine we're looking at is, I had it recorded in a little text file. Just a second. So this is the IP address over here. Let's take a look at the targets. Oh, I need to sign in? Sure. Okay, so this is the machine we're looking at. It's an easy Microsoft Windows machine, and we need to go in and we need to check in so that we can start the machine and submit the flags. So we've got an IP address here. We're going to be scanning against the IP address. Hopefully we can find some vulnerabilities and then hack in. Now we're connected and we can run our nmap scan. So when we run our nmap scan, we're looking for open ports and services. Agency says, I'm happy that Windows Player Classic is live again with new updates. Media Player Classic. I don't know if I haven't used that in a long time. Okay, so we've got pretty typical Windows ports open on the system. There's 445, there's 135, and there's 139. So port 445 and 139 are associated with the SMB protocol, or the SMB service, which is Windows file sharing, and 135 is NetBIOS, I'm pretty sure. Whatever services we find we can do testing against. For example, we know that SMB is open on the system, so we can get over to, I don't know, over here, we can do our enum for Linux on the IP address and see if we can find some information from the server. So if the only thing is open is a bunch of stuff with that is associated with SMB, then we're gonna have to rely pretty heavily on our SMB scanning tools, like netexec. So netexec is usually shortened to NXC, and it's pretty much an all-in-one. It's an all-in-one scanning tool for Windows machines. We type in NXC and then the protocol we want to scan against. We include the IP address and usernames and passwords if we have them. When we use the tool, it'll usually tell us if we're able to access the system or not. And this is where we find the name of the system. So the name of the system in this case is Farewell. And it also tells us the version of Windows that is being used. So this is if we're to believe the output here, this is a modern version of Windows. So this is Windows 10 or Server 2019, which means that all of our really old SMB hacks may or may not work. But we also find a bunch of ports on the high 40,000 range, which are usually associated with RPC. After the scan fully comes back, we should probably take a look at exactly what's running on these ports. So there's 5985, which is associated with, what is it called again? WinRM, which is the remote management service on Windows. It's usually going to be remote login for admin level users, and if we're able to access this service, then we've pretty much finished the box. So if you want to do this challenge yourself, then go ahead and make an account over at Pwn Till Dawn and access the machine on this IP address right here. It's going to be the same IP address for everybody. So we got netexec running over here. I'm not sure if this machine is domain joined. If it's domain joined, we have a lot more options for how to scan, but I don't think this is an Active Directory box, because I don't see any Active Directory ports. So if this were an Active Directory connected machine, well, if this was an Active Directory machine, then it would be a domain controller. And if it's a domain controller, then it would have ports like 88 and maybe DNS and some other stuff. But I don't think that's the case. I haven't done Windows hacking in a really long time. I might have to refresh myself. 445.139. Let's see if the guest account is working or not. So back over here, we can do the same netexec. Check if the guest account is working. I don't think it is. Yeah, it says that the guest account was disabled. What else could we do for user enumeration? So obviously the administrator account is going to work because every Linux box has an administrator account. But it just tells us that we weren't able to log in. That's probably because the administrator account's password is not blank. 1001 Agency says, how did you enable the colored terminal tabs? Well, I mean, you can, in Kali Linux, you can just right-click, and then you can change the title color. You can rename the session. You have to do this manually, of course. You can't do it automatically. I wonder if there's an option for that. Let me see, let's see, file preferences. If there was an option to automatically color new tabs, that would be really cool. Because that would save me a lot of time. But I don't think that's the case. Yeah, unfortunately not. I thought you had it in auto way. I was wondering about that. Yeah, I mean, I do all this stuff manually. Okay, this is going to take a little while to completely finish with the scanning. We might be stuck for a little bit. I suppose we could start scanning for common SMB vulnerabilities, because we know that SMB is there. So for example, we could scan for, oh, what is the name of Eternal Blue again? So netexec has a wiki, because it's a very, very popular tool for pen testing against Windows targets. Let's see. Viewing available modules for a protocol. Using module options. Running multiple modules. Okay. So viewing module nxc smb-l. Okay, let's do that. Okay, so we can scan against a bunch of different modules in here. Low priv modules. We can check for MS170. So this is Eternal Blue. So we can check it for Eternal Blue and a bunch of other vulnerabilities as well. This is very unlikely to come back positive because it's a modern version of Windows. Yeah, status denied. That's fine. Another common SMB vulnerability we could check for is, now what is it called again? SMB Ghost. Well, I mean, SMB Ghost isn't going to apply here because it's not domain joined. Okay, did we come back? Yes, we came back. Awesome. Okay, so we got 135, 139, 445. these APIs are not something we need to pay a lot of attention to. Yeah, so I'm not too sure. I guess we could also do scanning against. Some of these are coming back as HTTP, but most of the time when these come back as HTTP, it says these are Microsoft HTTP APIs, which means they're not actual websites. I wonder what's on this port. It's not coming back as any known service. Okay, so if we go back here, and what is the IP address? 10.150.150.181. Whoops. This isn't loading up. Okay, what if we... Well, what if we try to curl it? Yeah, doesn't come back. What if we netcat this? Nope. Okay. So the other thing we could do is we could do some the Nmap SMB tests for common SMB vulnerabilities. SMB vuln Nmap. Search for that. Okay, so we would do it like this. Run an Nmap script. What's this IP address? It's 10.150, 150.181. So run all of the SMB vulns, just in case one of them actually applies. Wait for it to come back. So it looks like it came back came back false for all of the SMB vulnerabilities. Okay, so if that's the case, what should we try next? Okay, so let's see if we can enumerate shares without any valid credentials. Okay, no shares. How about users? Access denied here as well. Okay, so maybe there's a user named Farewell. I mean, if there's a user named Farewell, their password is not going to be blank. Another thing we could try is if there's a username farewell, maybe their password is also farewell. That's not the case either. Let's take a closer look at the Nmap findings. I'm going to record some of these open ports, and I'll try looking at them in the web browser, just to make sure that these are actually APIs that I can't access with the regular old web browser. So there's this one. What is Nagios NSCA? This is probably something I can ask as well. So, what is this service? It's a service that allows remote hosts to send passive check results to the central Nagios monitoring server. So NSCA, it's a daemon, accepts data over the network, forward checks results. So it's monitoring software? That's the issue with the current version OS. Current version OS? I mean, we could also check against the specific OS version. You're right. You're right, Tori. So this build right here. We'd search for it. Microsoft Windows, install DLL. Ah, okay. So there's a potential... Okay, so what I would want to do is I would want to look for like a GitHub project or something that might be able to get us access. Okay, so we got a GitHub project. The other thing we need to do is we need to identify which CVE number is associated with the build. I'm thinking that this is the correct CVE number over here, because we've got the build number here. Let's take a look at the GitHub project. Okay, so it's a hack for CVE 2021. Use after free vulnerability in Win32k. Local privask. Well, I mean, this says local privask. We would need to actually get access to the... Well, I mean, let's take a look further at this thing. So the proof of concept that they're using here okay, let's get out of here. So the proof of concept is this is a C++ code. I guess the easy way to do this would be to use the forbidden platform. So the forbidden platform, I don't know, is this one right here. And then search for the either the CVE number or the build number inside of the console. Okay, so we've got this is Privask stuff. And this is local. This is a local hack, which means we can't really use it right now. I mean, it's good to see, it's good to know that it's there, but how do we get in? Okay. We'll do one we'll do one more scan, just to make sure that we didn't miss anything. We'll do it a little bit slower. And then we'll check out some of the ports that we found. Requested resources not found. I mean, could we start doing some directory busting against this? Let's try the other port. Service unavailable. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we'll run them on YouTube. Okay, enjoy the birds. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Put the birds away, get back to the hacking. So this is an API that we're scanning here, so we're probably not going to find anything. Okay, so the other thing we could do a little more research into the bug that we found with the build version of Windows. This one over here. The other thing we need to pay attention to is the CVE. And that was mentioned over here. So let's look this up. Okay. I think we looked it up by the build number last time. This one. Okay, so Microsoft Windows installed DLL. So yeah, these are all local. Because these are local hosts, we can't take advantage of them when we're not on the system yet. So let's take a closer look. I think the way into the system might be to do brute forcing. But if we do brute forcing, it would be better if we could enumerate a valid username first. It's been a while since I've done this. Let's create a new tab. We'll call this brute forcing. We could do brute forcing with netexec, since we're not doing anything else with netexec right now. So the username, we could provide like a usernames list. The passwords, we could use a password list. Which list should we use for this Windows target? Locate sec lists for Windows users. Maybe just look for usernames, like a list of usernames. What would be a good list to use for Windows username lists? Let me see if I can look up something. Windows username list. Okay, so maybe seclist. Seclist is a pretty well-respected repository for word lists. So top usernames short lists. This might work. That's not a very long list. Not a long list at all. Okay, 10 million usernames. I mean, 10 million usernames might be... It might be overkill. We've got this list in here as well. So locate... $10 million usernames. So, I mean, we don't want 10 million usernames. We want to make this a slightly smaller list so that it's actually manageable. How many... So there's... there's about 8 million here. Yeah, so 8 million, I don't know. Let's get the top 3,000 names or something from the list. And we'll put it user, we'll call it user3000.txt. We'll get the first 3,000 lines of this list. We'll make another username list called that. And we'll do the same thing with our passwords. So ROCU is the typical list that we use. So user share wordless rocku.txt. We're just going to call it rocku3000.txt. And do head here as well. Pipe out 3000 of those names, and then we'll do our brute force attack. It's gonna take a really long time. Larvine, hello, nice to see you here, and welcome back. Let's give you a fun welcome back with, I don't know, Nyan Cat. Okay, so this is gonna take... this might take a really long time. Because netexec doesn't... netexec doesn't brute force very fast. We'll just leave this running in the background. And we'll see if there are any other strategies we can do here. So what are some other common SMB vulnerabilities we could check? Slinky, SMB Ghost. SMB Ghost is... I need to check it one more time, but I'm pretty sure this SMB Ghost is a Active Directory only vulnerability. Let me check it real quick. Okay, so this is SMB Ghost. It's another vulnerability. You know what? Maybe we could test for this. Okay, yeah, let's give it a try. Okay, and we'll do SMB Ghost. Okay, access denied, so it's not going to work. So zero logon. Maybe I confused zero logon with SMB Ghost. Zero logon is the vulnerability that requires Active Directory on the target. But SMB Ghost didn't work. How about Print Nightmare? It's another pretty common SMB vulnerability. Okay, so it wasn't Print Nightmare. What are some other ones we could use? MS-17, so we tested for Eternal Blue already. Print Nightmare, we checked that one as well. Check if the print spooler is enabled or not. I guess we could check. And I guess WebDAV, we could also check for that as well. And I'm pretty sure we can do multiple of these. Modules at the same time. Oh, looks like it doesn't want to do multiple of these things at the same time. We'll check WebDAV and then we'll check the spooler. Okay, there's no there's no WebDAV. Spooler. So there's spooler service enabled. Well, I mean, if the spooler service is enabled, we could check some other of these print spooler related vulnerabilities. We checked for print nightmare, it didn't work. They removed, let's see, petite DC. Okay, no. We could try Coerce Plus. Yeah, that didn't come back. Okay. So NetExec is still chugging along. Wasn't able to find anything yet. Larvine says, I'm done with Python. Now for Hack My VM. Hack My VM. Well, I mean, if you want to test your skills against Hack My VM, then yeah, sure. Let me pull it up. So Hack My VM, you could try the stuff over at the Temperance Labs. You start over here. Here's the link. Spooler service enabled. You know what? It's been such a long time since I've hacked against Windows targets. Let me ask the AI if it has some suggestions. Okay, I am doing a CTF exercise against a Windows target, and it has its print service enabled. What kind of vulnerabilities should I test? Okay, so major print spooler vulnerabilities, print nightmare. I mean, we tested for that. Let's test one more time. Okay, so print nightmare, print spooler impersonation. Tools like print spoofer, print spoofer. Okay, print spoofer. We got a GitHub repository here. This is read-only, that's fine. So print spoofer, apparently this is local. If it's local, I can't really use it. Okay, back to the drawing board. DLL hijacking. Network-based print attacks. Okay, so what do we got? NTLM relay attacks using print system. Oh, you know what else? You know what I haven't been doing? I haven't been doing some... What is it called? It's called responder.py. It used to be that you would run responder on everything, on every Windows target. Let's see, responder. Yeah. So let me check my notes to figure out how to run the responder tool. Because I'm pretty sure I used it quite a bit when I was doing Windows stuff. I think it was like last year. Okay, let me change up my music. Okay, so all we need to do is set up responder and point it to the interface that we want. In this case, it's the ton0 interface. So I'll just rename this tab here and we'll call it responder. Sometimes the responder can get you some good results. We just need to wait, and we need to start interfacing with the machine to see if we can get some credentials. I think I'm going to quit my brute forcing attack. Oh no, this, okay. This is to check if the spooler's online or not. Sometimes we just randomly receive spooler service enabled. Okay, so we haven't received anything yet. We got ton0. We have it listening over here. Did we finish here? Okay, we finished here. What is this? RTSP. So 9510, I think I recorded that. No, I didn't. I wonder what this thing is. Because it certainly looks like a legitimate web request. Okay, let's check it out in the web browser. Not found 404. RTSP as in real-time streaming protocol. I mean, I haven't tested against this before, but maybe. Maybe. RTSP pen testing. RTSP client, real-time streaming protocol. Real-time properties. Okay, so... Let's take a look at the article over here. So RTSP, real-time streaming protocol, network protocol used to control multimedia streams such as audio and video. How do we connect to it? So open VLC, VLC media player, open network stream. That's interesting. So Netcat or Telnet can be used to grab banners from the service, which can reveal important information about the service. Well, I mean, we can try. VoIP uses it too. Okay, so if this is what is going on, IP address is this, port is this, was it 91 what? $95.10. Okay, we connected to the service. Maybe we can get a banner if we wait around long enough, or maybe it's just going to shut down on us. So banner grabbing. Oh, options. What did the rest of that say? Oh, RTSP. Right, okay. RTSP. This doesn't give us anything. Okay, let's get out of here. Let me copy this. We'll try connecting again. Yeah, this doesn't give us anything. So once connected to the RTSP service, you can use supported commands to learn about the media files and capabilities. The describe command helps retrieve information about the available streams. Do we need to supply the port as well? Okay, if we have to supply the port as well, then we would do this. $95.10. Run netcat. This doesn't give us anything. What was the other option? It was describe, right? Let's make sure that this format is correct. Describe not found. Oh. That got closer. This doesn't work though. So the options doesn't work. The describe, well, at least it errored out. Okay, so let's see. Credential brute forcing, misconfigurations. Unauthorized stream access. Okay, so if we go back, I wonder if there's the video player on Kali Linux. What is the video player on Kali Linux? Record my desktop. Okay, well, I mean, we don't want that. Can we install VLC player? Okay, there's no VLC player. Let's see if it's available for Linux. Okay, so video LAN. Is VLC player available for Linux? Yeah. VLC player. Let's look it up for Debian, because Kali Linux is Debian. Okay, do we have apt install VLC? Well, I mean, is it that easy? Okay, so it looks like we could install it. We need to install a bunch of other stuff as well. Okay, we got ads running on Twitch, so we'll run them on YouTube. And we'll put on the birds. Here's a bird. We'll be back in about 50 seconds. Just have to take a little water break. Okay, so this is where one bird bullies another bird, and the other bird is very sad. So one bird is flapping its wings, the other bird is cowering, I guess. And it's an example of animals bullying each other in the animal kingdom. Okay, let's go ahead and put away the birds. Let's get back to the hacking. So it looks like I'm having trouble installing the software here. Maybe I can do it in a more direct way. Actually, before looks like they're married. Oh, you mean is that the wife bird that's bullying the husband bird? Is that what you're trying to get at? Could be, could be. Let's see. How about hack tricks? I used to use a lot of hack tricks a few months ago, but it's not very easy to. It's not very good for searching these days. Okay, where's that search bar? Here it is. Real-time streaming protocol. Master, as it says, just got here. Did you do the APT update? Just like mosquitoes, only the females bite. Yeah, I don't want to get in trouble here, guys. Anyways, did you do APT update? I mean, I guess I could. What was it? Sudo apt update and install. Whoops, I have to do sudo here as well. Or do I? Okay, so we're just going to leave this running in the background for a little bit. So RTSP is similar to HTTP, but designed specifically for media streaming. It is defined in a straightforward specification. Devices might allow unauthenticated or authenticated access to check a described request is sent. Okay, so we got this. We need to be connected first. Let's see if we can craft a response. Okay, so we got IP and port. Port is 9510. The IP address is 10.150.150.181. And this is the thing we're going to send off. We need to connect with netcat. Bad request. Okay, so this gets bad request. I wonder if we could do options as well. Okay, that's also a bad request. Alright, back to the drawing board. Okay, so I think, let's see if we can actually download it this time. Or I mean, install VLC player. So 401 unauthorized signals the need for authentication, but when we did it, what is this? We got bad request. So it was neither of the ones that we were expecting. Okay, to get information about the valid methods and URLs that are supported, we could brute force the access to get access to the content. Well, we got our nmap. We have another nmap script we can use. So this is 9510. This is port 9510. And the IP address is this one. Okay, let's see if it gives us anything good. Nope. Okay, so VLC player. Can we run it? Nope. VLC. Okay, so we've got our VLC player up and running. We might be able to access the stream on the server. How do we do that? Viewing the RTSP stream. Okay, so once you've discovered a valid RTSP's path with confirmed access, you can use FFplay to stream the feed. I mean, we can connect to a stream over here, right? Stream. You can select local files, a network URL. So RTSP, and the server is, and the port is new destination. Add destinations to follow the streaming methods. I mean, I don't know. Display locally. Connect to the live cam in the server room, and the flag is written on a piece of paper taped to the server rack. I mean, that would be really cool. First thing I want to do is I want to get this thing working. New destination. I mean, I don't know. Input can't be opened. Unable to open this. Check the log for more details. Okay, the other program that they recommend is the FFplay program, which I also haven't used before. Just installing a bunch of random applications, don't mind me. Try FFplay. Yeah, that's exactly what we're doing right now. Okay, so FFplay. Once you've discovered a valid RTSP path and confirmed access, okay, I mean, we could try this right here. We would need to modify it a little bit. Okay. So what's our IP address? Okay, so it returned 404 not found. So, I mean, how do we brute force valid paths? So to brute force auth grinder, that sounds weird. Get their public info. Camera radar. Well, here's another funny looking tool. RTSP stream access tool that comes with its library. This allows you to detect open RTSP hosts on any accessible target host, detect which Device model is streaming. Launch automated dictionary attacks to get their stream route. I mean, this sounds pretty cool. I think I would prefer to use a Docker image because that means I don't have to deal with any dependency BS. So let's try this. Okay, so it's target other command line options. Well, I mean, we know the IP address. Okay, so we're just downloading the Docker container right now. No stream found. No stream found. Let's just... No stream found. This will scan... Can we specify other ports? So the RTSP port used for most cameras is 554. Not specifying any ports. Okay, so we need to specify a port here. Does it find something now? It's not returning right away, which is still no stream found. Okay. I mean, it could be that this is a rabbit hole. Let's check one more time over here. So 95. I just want to confirm what this thing is. So it says Nagios NSCA. What is Nagios? Hold on. So in this case, Nagios is some sort of monitoring tool. So the port being used is 9510. TCP port 9510. Okay. Don't think there's anything standard on that port. Monitored servers. What kind of... Is this some sort of web application? I mean, it kind of behaves like a web application. Hold on. So if we just run like, I don't know, something like derb on it. Wow, this is really slow. There's only... What about pspy to see what's going on in the box? I mean, this is a Windows box, and pspy is a Linux tool, so I don't think that's going to fly. So Nagios is, I mean, if this is actually the type of application that is being run on the port, there's a bunch of different hacks that we could use. I'm kind of leaning in that direction. But what is the version that is being used here? So let's run it very, very, very verbose. There's only one thing that we're scanning against. What's in all this stuff? And why does it identify this as Nagios? Maybe ChatGPT knows. Maybe. What? Did we try this endpoint? Because this looks weird. Let's URL decode this thing. Okay, so what was that? So now it identifies it as RTSP. The other time we checked, it was something else. Alright, let's go over to... Let's URL decode this thing. Okay, so this says nice ports trinity.txt.back. I mean, if this came from the server, we could try downloading this. So just go over to the endpoint. Where were we interacting with the thing? Alright, let's give it a try. $95.10. So we did not found. Not found. Also not found. .txt, .pak. Nice ports. What is actually going on? And what is... Nice ports. Okay. Thank you very much for following Dadude Vince. Dadude Vince, thank you very much. It's obviously an HTTP server. Try slash. Try slash? But welcome in, Packet Phantom. Packet Phantom, thank you very much. And welcome in on YouTube. And Dadude Vince, thank you very much. Let's give a Hack the Planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it!
Okay, obviously an HTTP server. Try slash. I mean, do you mean... here? Or somewhere else? Because if it's just slash, it's just a not found. Just the root of the website, yeah. Okay, so if we go over... Oh, there's a client endpoint? Okay, so if there's a client endpoint, where does it take us? Okay, I mean, we're getting somewhere. What is this web application? So United Remote, this is an early lightweight version of the web-based United Remote client. Download client, something something. What is all this stuff? What the actual heck is all this stuff? Maybe we can... So server manager...
Is this a hacking?
Is this a hacking? That's a good question. Help and support. Okay, so let's look at the server manager. Okay. I mean... Okay, we got a flag. We got a flag out of this. So this is flag 2. Let's go ahead and submit this flag. Where are we? Here. So flag 2, let's submit the thing. Done. Okay, only one more flag to go. So we managed to find the correct path by using derb of all tools. But you know what? Sometimes derb works. So what is at this other endpoint? So LAN detected, restart server, reload remotes. Reload remotes. Let's see if there's any other... So there was that other weird file. It was called trinity.txt.back. Let's see if it exists over here. So it doesn't exist here. Yeah, okay. Let's go back. So LAN detected, great. Accounts, connections, a bunch of other stuff. Let's make the interface a little bit smaller. addresses. So there's nothing... Oh, maybe Trinity is the name of the user. Maybe Trinity is the name of the user we need to access. So if that's the name of the user, we could try Trinity as their username, and the password would be RockYou. We'll try this one. Okay, and then we can step away for a little bit. Addresses, instances, connections. What is this? Is this a username or just something, some other random thing? Accounts, connect Spotify, connect. So this is called Unified Remote. I wonder if there's a vulnerability for this application as well. Let's do a little bit of research. Unified Remote RCE. This is for a Windows target, which means we need to confirm, we would like to confirm the version of Unified Remote that is being used. So let's go to the About. We've got an exact version. So 3.9. And this is 3.9. We've got an RCE. We've got potential RCE here. So it's via a Python script, and we got ads running on Twitch. So we're running on YouTube, and let's put on the bird bath. Okay, everybody, we'll be back in about 60 seconds. Just have to take a little water break. Okay, let's put the birds away. I think we're onto something. So we've got this potential remote code execution for the exact version of the software we're looking at. Let me double check. So the numbers at the back here are 2463. This is 2463 exactly. Okay. Yeah, I think we got it. So let's download, let's copy the thing over to our directory here. Okay, then we'll take a look at the script. Actually, let's rename the script, because this number here isn't very descriptive. Let's call it united.py. Okay, and then let's take a look at the script. So it looks like is this some sort of buffer overflow? What the heck is this? Okay, so the important thing is that we find out how to use the script. So it's Python plus the first thing, target IP, local HTTP IP payload name. So where do we define these things? So our host, okay. So the R host, the L host, and the payload. R host, L host, payload. In which case, we need to, well, save this out. United Pi. R host is, what was it? 10, 150, 150, 181, 95. Then we need our L host. What is the L host for? I don't think we need any of this anymore. So our L host on this network is this. And who am I? Encode, decode. I wonder why that didn't work. The string object has no attribute decode. Did you mean encode? Why would this thing have why would we need to debug this? Okay, this is line 23. So this all says decode to hex. You know what? We could also look for another hack, because this might be pretty well known. Okay, so we have one on the database. Okay, we got another one over here. Hikyang Kov, hello, nice to see you here. And what is up? Welcome, welcome. Okay, Rapid 7, United Remote auth bypass to RCE. Let's take a look at that. Wait, I'm just gonna make sure that I have permission to. Oh, you know what? We should not be streaming this. We should not be streaming this because it says that the write-up is not authorized on this website. Wow, that's my bad. This is my bad. I need to. We should probably get out. So, sorry, everybody. It looks like I've been hacking on a machine that I'm not supposed to be streaming. Let me check out. I thought it said that the write-up was authorized. I checked this morning. Anyways, we'll do another machine. Because we still have about an hour that we can stream for. Okay, let's. I'm sorry we had to cut this short. This was pretty cool. Let's do a little bit of cleanup before we move on. Okay, so we might be moving over to some Linux hacking now. I'm kind of sad that we managed to get so far we figured out that we shouldn't be streaming this. And my apologies to the organizers over at Pwn Till Dawn. I didn't mean to stream this. If I knew it was not allowed. Okay, let's do some Docker labs. So people have been asking me to do more difficult boxes over at Docker Labs, and you know what? We'll do a medium level box today. So very easy medium level. So medium level, we got Dance Samba. That's the first box. We'll try this one. Cameric says not allowed to stream it. I don't understand. So we're not allowed to stream. They don't allow write-ups for certain boxes, or they only allow write-ups for certain boxes. So it says write-up not authorized, which means that we're not allowed to do write-ups, and I guess live streaming would be kind of a write-up, especially if we get if we manage to compromise the machine. So we're just going to skip this box, and we're going to move on to another exercise. Okay, so let's see. Yeah, I mean, the thing is that these machines are like 3 years old, and I'm pretty sure they haven't updated the stuff, but it's okay. We have to follow the wishes of the people who own the challenges. Because if we don't, then we are bad people. Larvine, by the way, hello, nice to see you here. Okay, so we're downloading the new challenge. And we're just going to be unzipping it in just a little bit. So this one is kind of related to Windows because it looks like we're dealing with Samba. In which case we can just run the thing. Whoops. Okay, so Samba. So Samba is the Linux implementation of the SMB protocol. And we can also run netexec if we really wanted to against these Samba targets, just to make sure that we're dealing with Samba. Let me scan the target with Nmap. Okay, so there's 445, 139, 22, and 21. Okay, so there's FTP on the target. So I'm kind of attracted to that. FTP. We could try FTP to see if there's anonymous login. Anonymous login allowed, of course. There's a note called nota.txt. We're going to download that and we're going to take a look. That's the first thing we're going to do. Okay, so FTP into the thing with anonymous. Okay, so we're just going to get nota.txt, exit, and then we're going to read it. I don't know what to do with Macarena. She's obsessed with Donald. So we've got two different usernames that we could use. So there's Macarena, there's Donald. We could also do Macarena with the lowercase and Donald with the uppercase. Okay, so we got some usernames. The next thing we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the at the Samba implementation, we could use a very common scanning tool like enum for Linux. It might be able to get us some good results, especially if the guest account is enabled. Okay, so it looks like we can do... okay, so we can get usernames. So Macarena is a legitimate user according to this. And I guess there's no mention of Donald though, so maybe Donald is a password. So can we try logging in? Okay, so I need to change some of my SSH configurations before we continue. So is there password Donald? No, it's not Donald. Okay, so we don't know what the password might be if it's not Donald. Well, we can try Donald with an uppercase. Nope, not that either. That's fine. Let's take a look at the other stuff that we discovered. So we discovered one username, Macarena. And let's take a look at, so we got some domains, password info. So there's a Macarena file share. Mapping denied. Maybe Macarena's SMB credentials are different from her regular system credentials. Okay, so in this case, we could try using SMB client. To the Macarena endpoint. Username Macarena and password Donald. Nope. Alright, well... I don't know what to do with Macarena. She's obsessed with Donald. She's obsessed with Donald. So what can we do with... Can we take the word Donald and then mutate it and create a word list? What tool could we use to do that? So FTP was able to get us something. Something about Donald. Something about Donald, huh? We'd try some netexec as well. I mean, we can just try brute forcing Macarena's SMB. Wow, why is this so much faster than when we did it with Windows? What do you mean? Macarena and Donald works. Okay, Macarena, password Donald, just to double check that this is correct. Yeah, this works. So shares. Okay, so the Macarena file share, we can do read and write. We can write to it. Well, I mean, even if we can write to it, it doesn't make that much of a difference since there's no web app that we can interface with. Okay, so SMB client. So just user Macarena, and we'll access the Macarena file share. Donald. Okay, now we're in. Now we're in. We got user.txt, we got bash history. We can... I mean, let's go ahead and grab that bash history, because there might be something super interesting in there. Okay, so this is just, I'm assuming that this is Macarena's user directory. And let's get the user.txt. Let's exit from here. And let's read that .bash history file. There's nothing in the .bash history file. Okay, well, what about the user.txt? Okay, well, I mean, this is just a flag. I don't know. I mean, this might be the password for the Macarena user. It is not. So I'm not too sure. Okay, let's download the rest of those files. Let's go back in. So we got cache, we got profile, we got some other directories. Can we go into the other directories? No. So there's another directory here. There's nothing here, but we might as well try downloading these other files. Yeah, even though this is an empty file. So bash history, bash logout, bash rc. Let's get the rest of this stuff. Although most of the time this kind of stuff doesn't really have anything in it. Let's get the profile file as well. So we can write files to this directory because we've got write access. Not too sure where to go from here. But anyways, let's exit. Let's take a look at the other files that we got. .bash logout and .bash rc. Actually, the profile is kind of big as well. Okay, so there's nothing interesting here. How about bash rc? I don't see anything super interesting here. Agency says, I will go now. I tried to make a tab's color change automatically and messed up the interface. I'll try hard and I'll find something. I'll comment it to you. Enjoy the stream and have a great day. You're ready to school and informative. Thank you. Thank you very much. Agency and Larvine. Let's play out Agency with the keyboard cat. Hope to see you next time. So even if we're able to upload files to the server, we wouldn't necessarily be able to execute those files. So I don't see the real benefit to uploading anything. Okay. Let's see if there are any other users. So there's only Macarena. Username, password, description. So can we... There's another method of enumerating users with netexec. Netexec ridbrute users. Enumerate users by brute forcing RID. Okay, so it's just --ridbrute. Okay. Something went wrong. We could also run enum for Linux with a valid username. Enum for Linux. Examples. Diva says, don't overthink it. There's something very common that you should try when you have write access to a user's home directory. There's something very common you should try when you have write access to a user's home directory. Let me think about this. It's been a while. Write access to the user's home directory. I could... Oh, SSH keys, maybe? I might be able to create some SSH keys. And then put them in... I don't think I've had this exact scenario pop up in quite a while. So let's see. I mean, make SSH keys, sure. Can we... The other thing about SSH keys is that it's been a while. Let me look it up in my notes. It's SSH keygen, right? Okay, so SSH keygen. This creates it in our own directory. Let's see. Let's just call this ID RSA. And the type we could do, we can just do RSA, right? And I'll make these things in the temp directory. Okay, public key has been saved in temp ID RSA pub. So now we've got ID RSA and ID RSA pub. Okay, the Shy Hat and HackerFrogs. All right, let's put on some ads and let's hang out with the birds. Hold on. Here's a little woodpecker. We'll be back in about 40 seconds. Unmute yourself. Thank you for telling me to unmute myself, Defus. I keep on forgetting to do that. All right. So there's a .ssh directory now. We can enter that directory, .ssh, and we need to put there's also like a known keys or known hosts file that we need to create as well, right? Let's go back. So in my home directory, there's a .ssh directory here. Yeah, so there's known hosts. And we need to add something to the known hosts directory. Wow, this is really big. Yeah, we need to put the public key in there. Okay, so back over here. Let's get out of here first. We'll cat out the ID RSA pub. And we'll output that to known hosts. Known host contains the host that you allow to connect by typing yes when connecting with them for the first time. Oh! Is that what it is? I thought you needed to put the public key in the known host file, and you need to put it on the target in order to log in with your private key. But I should probably look this up when I have a little bit of time. It's not something you're looking for. There's another file. I think you're missing it. Is it known hosts or is it... Is it known hosts or is it... Or is it keys? Okay, so SSH... Common files. Was it not known host? Was it called something else? It's called something. It's called something keys, or is it called like known keys? What files are in the .sh folder? Okay, SSH keys and configuration files. SSH folder content. Okay, so we're gonna do another 30 minutes, and if we're not done in 30 minutes, we might have to call it, but... Wish I could set this. Okay, start the timer. It's called something keys. Known hosts. Is it called known hosts? No, it's not known hosts. Is it called public? I thought it was known hosts. Let's try asking the AI really quick. Okay, what are common files found in the .sh directory in Linux? Authorized keys. Okay, so public keys allowed to authenticate to this account. Authorized keys. You know, I can't believe I forgot that. Okay, so authorized keys. Just make sure that is correct spelling. Yeah. Okay, and then we take the authorized keys file, we take the public key and the private key. and then we put them all in. Well, I suppose we don't need to put the private key in, but I guess we'll do it anyways. And we'll put them all in the one directory there. Okay, so move into the SSH directory and then put authorized keys. And then put id rsa.pub and then put id rsa. And then get the heck out of there. Now we'll log in as Macarena. With our remote shell access, we will do SSH IIDRSA (02) Macarena. Okay, we're in. Who am I? We're Macarena, so I guess we can call in Mr. Scary Hacker Voice Man, and we'll talk about how we did this.
Hey everybody, it's me, Scary Hacker Voice Man. Scary Hacker Voice Man comes out every time we break into a server, and we just broke into this one. Well, Dance Samba Administrator, it seems like you have right file permissions with SMB on your home directory. That is a big mistake. We were able to abuse this write access to create SSH keys that allowed us to log in as the Macarena user. Maybe you didn't know about these security misconfigurations, or maybe you decided to accept the risk. Well, you accepted the risk. And now we're in.
Ken PDX says James Earl Jones. If only, because James Earl Jones, I'm pretty sure he made a ton of money by being in those Star Wars films. And I heard that they were allowed to use James Earl Jones's voice for future Star Wars stuff, but I'm not completely sure about that. Okay, we're in. So the first thing we do is we try to figure out if we have sudo permissions. We can't see. Okay, and so what else is in here? So there's a user flag, there's the bash history. The bash history doesn't have anything. This foothold, in my opinion, was easier than some easy boxes that you showed off, but you kind of struggled more than I expected, to be honest. It's been a while. It's been a while since I've had write access to home directories, so I didn't think of the solution because I haven't had to do this kind of this kind of initial access before. How did he mention the user Macarena in the clip? Which clip are we talking about? Oh wait, was I supposed to sing the Macarena when I did Scary Hacker Voice Man? Should I have asked Scary Hacker Voice Man to do the Macarena? But yeah, what are we doing here? We got the SSH directory. We could check for SUID binaries. Find /perm 4000 devnull. Okay, so none of these seem unusual, but I could be wrong. Let's pass this to the AI, just in case there's any unusual SUID binaries here. This Hacker Voice Man mentioned the user Macarena. Well, I mean, Scary Hacker Voice Man is improvised. Boosted on Twitch. Hello, nice to see you here, Boosted on Twitch. Welcome to the stream. Let's give you a fun Video redeem. Hack the planet.
Hack the planet! Hack the planet! Shut up and get it.
Are there any unusual SUID binaries in this list? Okay, so all of these binaries are standard and expected to have SUID binaries, or sorry, SUID permissions on the typical Linux system. So there's nothing super interesting about the SUID binaries here. So we can move into the opt directory to see if there's anything. There's just a file called password.txt, but we don't have permissions to read it. That's really funny. That is really funny. Whoops. So there's an FTP user. There's also a secret directory, but I'm pretty sure that it's not a user. So the only regular user on the system is the Macarena user. Check the environment, so env nothing super interesting about this user environment either. Okay, hold on. So Lady Boy Joy, great name. I worked at a hotel job in New Orleans. I could read all of their emails. Well, I'm sure there was some sort of problem if you could read all the emails while you were working at the hotel job. Okay, there's the FTP directory, and we can read those directories. It's kind of odd. Let's move into the secret directory. Hash. There's a what? Okay, I mean, there's a hash here. I hope this isn't some sort of weird. I hope this isn't a I was a janitor, had trash access. Now I'm a telecom worker. Wait, are you saying that they printed out the emails and threw them in the trash? Okay, so we need to identify what kind of hash this might be. So, I mean, there's hash identifier or something. Let's put the hash in a little file. We'll call it, what is this? Macarena hash. And hash identifier. Macarena.hash. So DES. I mean, I don't know. I'm not sure if this can be DES. So just for fun, I'll try asking the AI if it can identify what kind of hash this is. What kind of hash do you think this is? So it looks like a base 32 encoded hash. Base 32, not a traditional cryptographic hash format. So it ends with those are those equal signs? Decode it. I mean, we can probably use like CyberChef. Hashes.com. We could use hashes.com. I'm going to try CyberChef because everybody keeps on telling me to use CyberChef. Okay, so input is this. Let's do from base 62. We're looking for encryption encoding. We're looking for base 32. Do they not have base 32 here? base 32. So from base 32, this is another thing. So this is base 64 probably. And then from base 64. Super secure password. Okay, I mean that's interesting. So it was double encoded. First it was base 32, then it was, you know what threw me off? These weird symbols right here, it looks like these don't look like equal signs. So I assumed that these were not equal signs, but some other character. Okay, let's put on some other music, and hopefully we can finish this in the next, I don't know, 29 minutes. It should be possible. Okay, so the password we found after the double encryption is super secure password. So I'm guessing this is Macarena's password. Okay, so Macarena, I think it transforms it like that in the terminal if you put 3 equal signs. Oh, wow, okay. So what if you put 4 equal signs? What if it's 5? Why only 3? Why does it do it when it's 3 but none of the other ones? I don't like that. Okay. So you can run the following commands. So you can run the file command as root. You can run the file command as root. Does this come in handy anywhere? Let's check GTFO bins. So file with sudo. So if the binary is allowed to run a super user. So this is file read. Oh, you know what? There was that funny file in the op directory called password.txt. So sudo file. What was the rest of that? -f. What? Cannot open. Well, I mean, we were able to read it, but we weren't able to open it. So it's rootable 2. So the root password is rootable 2. We're root.
What are you?
I'm system root.
Okay, so it was not what I would consider a medium level box, but you know what? I'm just glad I was able to finish it. And thank you very much to Defus for reminding me of.
Hide the planet! Hide the planet!
Thank you very much, Defus, for reminding me of the that we can create SSH keys if we have write access to user home directories. Because I really should have remembered that. Okay, let's move into the root directory. There should be like a. Oh wow, there's a fake root. There's a fake root file here. So cat root.txt. That's not easy. It's not that easy first root. So cat true root.txt, and we've got our legitimate root flag. So there's also an SSH directory in here too. I mean, we could potentially have read an SSH private key, but maybe there isn't. Yeah, there's no key in here. Probably medium because you had to do more than 2 steps to get root. Easy steps though. Well, I mean, there were a few steps. So you had to access the FTP service, then you needed to use the SMB service, and then you needed to upload the SSH keys and then log in, and then find the password for, you know, the Macarena user in the secret directory. So yeah, okay, I guess it's not super easy, but all right, we're finished. Okay, so everybody, we haven't created the schedule for next week. So let's create the schedule for next week before we finish up today's stream. So if you ever wanted to suggest some stuff for a HackerFrog stream, now's the time to do so. So let's go ahead and create that schedule on Reddit. So we're going to use the week 32 stream as a template, because this is what we do every week. This is going to be for week 33. Something for beginners. I need all the help I can get. So what kind of beginner stuff are you looking for, Neems? Okay, so let me copy the schedule from last week and we'll use it as a template for next week. Okay. Alright, so next week it's going to be August 11th, it's going to be August 13th, and it's going to be August 15th. Larvine says, I'm already installing a VM for this. A VM for what? Okay, so it's going to be Linux Mondays. We're going to be playing more of the Witness. I'm trying to get better at my puzzle solving and problem solving capabilities. So we're going to be doing the Witness. We're going to be doing the Hades CTF labs. We might switch up the Hades CTF labs for some other demonstration, because I'm looking for something that is not so... that doesn't take very long to set up. Let's see, we've already done Venus, we've done Bandit already. What else could we do for Linux? I guess I could demonstrate some stuff for systems that I've already done. Maybe we should stick with the Hades CTF labs. So Nebula has been fun. We'll stick with Nebula here. Vulnhub installation guide. That never works for me. Vulnhub installation guide. Hold on. So you're talking about Vulnhub? This. Edwin says you can try some THM boxes. How about a Vulnhub installation guide? That never works for me. I don't like using Vulnhub. I used to use Vulnhub before. I used to use Vulnhub a lot before because there weren't very many choices. These days, instead of Vulnhub, you should use Vulnix. So Vulnix is just as good as Vulnhub, but it's just so much easier to use. So I would recommend using Vulnix and not use Vulnhub. You could also use hackmyvm.eu. So hackmyvm.eu is another good alternative to the Vulnhub, because Vulnhub is not great. So Edwin suggests we could try some THM boxes. Yeah, I mean, I'm open to doing THM boxes. That's fine. So if we're doing THM boxes, is there one that you can suggest that we do? So let's look for free THM boxes that are, I don't know, easy level. We'll look for challenges. Huh. Wait, there's is this Windows? Is this a Windows machine? That's 7 days ago. This is new. It's Active Directory. Yeah, you know what? We might do this. You know, even though it's Linux Mondays, I really want to try some more Windows stuff. So Defus says some of the Vulnhub machines are on OffSec proving grounds now. I mean, I don't like using the OffSec proving grounds. I haven't used it in quite a while. Okay, let's try doing soup edcode 01. So we'll try that on Monday. Actually, no, we can do that on Friday because it's Variety Fridays. We usually do our Windows on Friday. Okay, so for free hacking, we'll do try hack me. And this is called soup edcode 1. Okay, so let's see. Stack-based buffer overflows. We're not going to be doing stack-based buffer overflows. We might go back to doing some reversing stuff. The AD box is cool. Yeah, okay, so we'll do that one on next Friday. Diva says, it's fine. I did some easy boxes and had good experience with the platform performance-wise. Okay, I mean, we can try. We can try some offset boxes. We'll do that on Monday. Okay, so let's see. So Monday, we'll do more than one free hacking topic. The first free hacking topic we'll do is we'll do exploit education first. And then we'll do proving grounds. OffSec, proving grounds. Okay, and it's not very much for free, but something to start with. Yeah, I mean, the worst thing about OffSec is just how much they want you to pay them. Okay, so we'll do WinFake on Docker Labs is our last thing we're going to be doing on Monday, and then on Wednesdays, we'll do more hack.arg.de. This is it's a pretty fun game, and let's see. What I really want to do on Wednesday is I want to take a look at more JWT stuff. So we'll take a look at more JWT stuff from Portswigger. I'm pretty sure, yeah, JWT attacks. We'll be doing this. Because I really need to familiarize myself more with JWT attacks for web apps. Where were we? Here. Okay, so this is we'll do a walkthrough. I'm not too sure which walkthrough we're going to be doing, but we also have our free coding that we need to do as well. We'll replace topic 2. We'll do free hacking over here, and this is going to be portswigger.net. And we'll do JWT attacks. JWT Attack Labs, we'll be doing some stuff over there. Okay, so writing a web app, we'll continue on with our PHP forum stuff. And picoCTF. picoCTF is probably going to be SQL injection because there's a lot of SQL injection challenges left to do. So that's going to be Wednesday. So on Friday, we're going to be doing more human resource machine. We managed to complete a couple of levels today, so that was nice. Can you even sign up on PG without having at least one OffSec product purchased? I tried making an account, and I think you have to have at least get a Proving Crown sub once to register the account, but maybe I'm missing something. I mean, if that's the case, then that would be really crappy, because I'm trying to showcase stuff that's free. In which case, if that's the case, we might switch from OffSec Proving Grounds to something from Vulnix or from hackmyvm.eu. But yeah, I need to look into that. Okay, so Temperance. So we managed to complete 2 levels today. So the next level is going to be 26. So 26 plus for programming. And this section over here, maybe we can replace it with reverse engineering. So maybe there's some reverse engineering stuff we can do on TryHackMe. Let me check. So TryHackMe, let's search for some reversing. Anti-reverse engineering, let's see. The other thing we could do is we could try starting the reverse engineering course. So there's a reverse engineering course called Nightmare. Right over here. And this will get you started with reverse engineering. It's a whole course. And I've actually had a lot of fun working through it. I've also been working through the reverse engineering course on Pwn College. If you are not on Pwn College, you should be on Pwn College. The only reason why I don't talk about this more is because I'm not allowed to stream any of the stuff on Pwn College on stream. Otherwise I would be doing this, well, I would probably have like 50 or 100 videos on Pwn College if they let me stream their stuff. But that's not the case. But yeah, use that service. It is really, really good. Okay, so we're gonna do Nightmare reverse engineering, and this is gonna be reverse engineering, of course. So Intro to Nightmare RE course. We're going to be doing that as the 3rd topic on Friday. 4th topic is going to be Soup Edecode. Soup Edecode for Windows on TryHackMe. So let's save that out. And we've got our schedule for next week. All right, everybody, we're going to be raiding into another channel momentarily, but thank you very much to everybody who came by today, and thank you to Defus for. They're so greedy. They take $1,700 for a standalone OSCV exam, $50 less than the complete course with lab time. I don't like the monetary practices of offensive security. It's one of the reasons why I decided not to go back for my OSCP. Okay, so let's see who's on InfoSec streams. Okay, it's just me. Let's see who's on Twitch in general. I'm just gonna check off screen. The science stream is on. Moohoodles is on. So okay, we have a choice between Moohoodles and the science stream. Who do you vote for? If you have an opinion, let us know in chat. Otherwise, I'll probably... Let's see what Moohoodles is doing. Defus says, I vote for bed. I mean, it's like 5 a.m. where you are or something like that, right? Okay, so Moohoodles isn't doing anything super interesting right now, so let's check out the science stream. Let's see, Defus is going to be up for DEF CON streams. Okay, hold on, let me... Okay, so the science... Oh, it's science streams with an S. Oh, never mind. Okay, let's check out what they're doing. Okay, cool. They're looking at bugs and stuff. Great. All right, let's raid into the science streams. Okay, everybody, thank you very much for coming today. Have a great weekend. We'll be back and doing more hacking on Monday. If you're doing DEF CON, I hope you have a hacking good time over there. Looks like an earwig. It sure does. And these bugs look nasty. They look like nasty bugs. All right, everybody. Have a great rest of the weekend, and well, I mean, have a great weekend in general, and we'll see you next time, okay?